intelligent minds are here, and we are talking about artificial intelligence. May I invite our distinguished guests onto the stage. At first, I'd like to invite our Ben John, who will be inaugurating our sessions. Please, sir, please come to the stage. I want my two co-chairs on both sides, that is Akhil and Matthew, to come onto the stage, please. Matthew, please come. John, sir, who is actually our charter member, please come to the stage. Manikandan, sir, who is traveled all the way from Chennai to be part of he is the SICCI EC member. Please come. I would like to get Pat Krishnan, sir, to come onto the stage and please be there with us. Thank you very much for waiting all this time. We are late by 30 minutes. We understand. We had some issues with the traffic, sorry. And here we start with our silent prayer. Let us all stand for the silent prayer. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. I request Mr. Manikandan from SICCI to please start the meeting with the opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We sincerely apologize for the delay. I'm Manikandan. I'm part of the Southern India Chamber of Commerce and Industry. It's a 117-year-old chamber based out of Chennai. The seeds for having created something like that came from a discussion that local businessmen in and around Chennai had with the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. So from that day onwards, SICCI has been the voice of regional businesses. We connect traditional business houses, we understand policies, but we not only talk about the tradition, but we also move ahead of time. So one of the areas that we focus on is how do we look at businesses preparing themselves for the future. An attempt to that is also today. At SICCI, we focus across all sectors, from agriculture, healthcare, food processing, textiles, the blue economy. I play a pivotal role in the blue economy. We're talking about semiconductors, we talk about electric mobility. There's not a sector that we actually miss out. There's also a key area where we interface with the government of Tamil Nadu as well as the governments in various other states. We work with the state of Karnataka, we work with the state of Andhra Pradesh now, and we work with the union government departments across sectors, working with them on policy initiatives. We ensure that the voice of the industry is combined and heard by different departments of the state governments as well as the central governments. The major difference that we bring in with respect to other chambers is we are actually nimblefoot. The voices of the industry, the voices of policymakers, the voices of MSME in particular is heard at the doors of SICCI in less than probably 24 hours. All it takes is probably an email or a call made across to any of the numbers that you can find at the SICCI Secretariat. It can be Chennai, it can be Coimbatore, or it can be in Cochin, or the one that's coming up in Bangalore and then in Vizag. We ensure that that is accumulated and taken on. Apart from this, we do focused delegations. We don't do delegations because of our own whims and fancies. It's actually done at the invitation of probably a host nation. An upcoming delegation that's planned, which actually came up to my knowledge yesterday, is to Israel. The government of Israel is pushing us to bring in a delegation there. We're talking about April, May to Europe, hubbing out of Germany. And all these delegations are focused on industry sectors and open-ended also. But the biggest difference is we don't plan it. We are actually a catalyst to it. The whole planning is done by our host in the respective countries. The Indian consulates get involved and we help take it on to the next stage. And in 80% of the delegations that we've done in the last 5 to 7 years, what's typically happened is the results have been phenomenal. We've had MOUs signed, we've had businesses happening, and we've had the governments getting involved. A government to government exchange also is possible, That is the big difference that SICCI actually brings in. And we don't stop with the delegation. There's a follow-up that happens. Apart from this, we are now in the process of setting up centers of excellence across varied sectors. We have alliances with different countries. We manage the desk of the government of Tamil Nadu in 10 countries across the world. This gives us the depth to actually take businesses across the world. So what we bring on board is not just as SICCI. We work across all chambers of commerce. It can be the Indian Chamber of Commerce, it can be with CII, it can be with SIMA. We work with all the chambers to ensure that our voice is collectively heard. That is the last thing that I would like to tell you. Trust us to actually take your requirements, your message, your thoughts, your policies to the actual stakeholders. It can be competitors, it can be business houses, it can be the government, or it can be governments outside India. We will try and do our best to take the voices to the next stage. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Now I invite our esteemed member and charter member, Mr. John of Lhasa Ice Creams, to deliver the welcome speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Respected government representatives and bureaucrats, our distinguished panelists, both sitting here and over there, industry leaders gathered here, IT and AI experts, and dear students. On behalf of SICCI, the Southern Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kerala chapter, I warmly welcome each and every one of you to this Future AI Conclave. As you all know, AI is the latest buzzword. Is the speaker on? Is the speaker on? Is the latest buzzword. You find it everywhere. Indeed, AI is the most impactful thing in the tech world. If you see the evolution of the tech world, you'll see it started with the personal computing, then the internet, then the mobile telephony, then IoT. So it has been a continued wave after wave of transformative innovations. So this is the latest one, and this is as impactful or more impactful than the previous ones. You find it in the news media, you find it everywhere. But how do we actually filter the signal from the noise? How do we know what AI can do for me or my society or my country, or what it cannot do? As a CXO of a company, how can AI benefit my company? Or as a business developer or an AI expert, what AI products can I make that I can monetize in the developed Western markets? Or what are the possible pitfalls or security risks associated with AI? As a government bureaucrat, what guardrails or enabling ecosystem must be put in place through government policy? In today's sessions, you will get clarity on all these questions through our world-leading panel of experts here. But our hope is that you will not treat today's session as merely a knowledge session. At SICCI Kerala, we want to take inputs from our international panel of experts and you, the Kerala tech leaders, and then work together with our government to put in place a world-leading AI ecosystem in Kerala. So that's our vision. We hope that each one of you will continue to engage with SICCI even after today's events so that we can work together long-term to build a Kerala's AI ecosystem. We hope that you will be with us on the journey. Thank you very much. Now I invite Dr. Thomas to light the lamp. This is welcome. Yeah? That was not open. I'm not. Now I'm going to ask our chairman to do the honors of welcoming and handing over the memento to our panel.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again, everyone. May I just ask some of the people to come forward and sit, occupy the front seats, please, so that we can see everyone. Some of the seats in the front is actually not filled, so who are sitting in the back side who cannot see us, please come forward and please occupy some of the front seats, please. I am Dr. Thomas Neshipadam, and I am the chair of SICCI Kerala, and it is a great opportunity to stand here in front of all of you, and also to welcome our distinguished guests on and off the stage. The first person whom I'd like to welcome to the stage is Mr. Ben John, who has traveled all the way from US, and he is the vice president of Microsoft AI. He continues to be the part of the co-pilot of AI. Microsoft AI. May I just welcome him with a bouquet. We'll introduce him as and when the program goes. The second person on stage, he is Pat Krishnan. He is part of the AdNexus Biotechnologies, which I am a lot more interested because he's part of the healthcare, which I am also. Thank you, Pat Krishnan, for coming. Now I have Mr. Manikandan, who has come from the SICCI Executive Committee, and he has traveled all the way from Tamil Nadu to be with us. Thank you, Manikandan, to be here, and thank you for the opening remarks too. And I have my co-chair, Mr. Akhil, on stage. I'd like to give our respects. He's the person who actually was instrumental in starting SICCI Kerala, and we launched the SICCI Kerala with Nirmala Sitharaman along with Akhil. And the one person who has been actually the real passionate person who was there, he's there on stage and he gave the welcome. That is our John of Laza. And he's the one who's actually invited me to be part of the SICCI, and now we are here, and we have done a couple of events also. So may I right now also recognize some of the distinguished panelists who are going to speak here. The first panelist will be opened by Manu. He's been the brain behind the Cocoon, and he'll be speaking on cyber security, and he is there on the thing. May I just acknowledge him here? Thank you. We have Anshul, who is also there with us, and he'll be speaking he is an expert on automotive intelligence. So AI has an automotive side, so please, I recognize him also being here. We have Mr. Alok, who is actually the part of the XIME here. Please, Alok sir, please, thank you for joining us here. And he's been an inspiration to SICCI Kerala because he's also becoming one of our partners in doing our knowledge sessions too. We have Selva Kumar, who is actually part of the Intel Corporation, and he's a DevOps architect. He's here to speak to us. So I welcome you, sir. We have Mr. Venu Gopalakrishnan of Litmus 7 joining us soon. We have Joseph Abraham, the founder of Global AI Forum, who is with us, and he is also being with us. So please. We have a couple of eminent figures who are here, like the part of the Lulu management. Mr. Abhilash and Mr. Abdul Rahman. He is also here with us, and please welcome. You are welcome to us. He has given us this beautiful event arena, so that you might have seen how beautifully it's been crafted, and it has been available for all our persons who are doing business with AI or the same. So, and we'll be soon joining with Arun Raj, who is actually the CEO of Prevalent very soon, and we have among with us Mr. Madhavan, Mr. Madhavan who is actually the professor at XIME. He'll be sharing his research ideas on also. We have a huge group of people who are going to speak, so I'm not going to get into too much of AI, but as a president, I am supposed to speak a little bit of AI also, giving the presidential address. So may I start? We have got very good support from the government of Kerala, but because of the problems that is happening because of the elections and soon, some of them couldn't come. And there is a beautiful event which is happening, the smart city, the industrial smart city is happening at Palakkad. So that is why most of our government delegates didn't make, but some of them are here with us. So let me start with the presidential address. Distinguished guests from government of Kerala, the invited think tanks from Microsoft, Intel, AdNexus Biotechnologies, Litmus AI, Hackett, Prevalent AI, IPN Chiplets, Global AI Forum, XIME fellow SICCI members, and brilliant minds of Kerala from the IT and AI industry. It is an honor to be with you today to host this first AI Conclave of 2026 at this magnificent smart city, Kochi. We stand at the crossroads that history will remember as intelligence inflection. If the 20th century was defined by the democratization of electricity, it is the 21st being reshaped with the democratization of cognition. AI is the new electricity. It is no longer a vertical industry. It is a horizontal force powering every aspect of commerce, from the spice trade of Kochi to the silicon chips of Redmond. We are witnessing a productivity revolution and industrial disruption, but with great power comes great responsibility, which underlines the urgent need for policy making, and that is where SICCI Kerala or SICCI stands for. In India, our goal is not to be the consumers of AI, but the authors of its governance. We need frameworks that encourage innovation while ensuring that the steroids of AI boost our economic muscles without causing long-term systemic atrophy. We have moved past the novelty of generative AI. We are now navigating the path towards artificial intelligence or AGI. Through the pioneering works of the entities like DeepMind and evolution of neural networks, we are shifting from machines that predict to systems that reason too. However, the future is not human versus AI. It is collaborative intelligence. Augmented creativity, which handles synthesis, humans which provide its soul. Augmented experiences, that is personalizing the world around us in real time, like Anshul. Or even the generative AI mimics pattern, creative AI is guided by human intent, and it always shatters the earlier one. To the industry leaders here, the message is clear. Non-adherence with the current tech will make you obsolete. AI is already supplanting routine, repetitive tasks. Customer service and call centers are being transformed by intelligent agents. Translators are seeing roles shifted from literal conversation to cultural nuance. In marketing also, it has already modernized itself. I am an optimist. I lean towards the vision of Simon Sinek, that while AI might replace the task, it can never replace empathy. But we must also acknowledge fears raised by experts like Roman Yampolsky regarding the AI safety. I am a dentist by profession, and I have invested into AI. In my practice of dentistry, AI is helping to diagnose, design, assist in my procedures, and also to communicate effectively, and also to create and deliver strategies to educate the public, and also to reach out to millions of viewers in various social media platforms. I am known as a Pallu doctor, so you might have known. So if you can go to the social media, you can see that too. Assistive intelligence, we are building tools to help the blind see, the deaf hear, and the mute communicate. That's what they say. And the speed to life, AI is making the healthcare much more easier with clinical trials faster, enabling early detection through wearables. And most of you have known that the wearables can detect most of your problems. as we embrace intelligent design over purely autonomous design, we must address the shadows. The market glitch that happened due to a deep fake photo of Bengal being bombed was a wake-up call. So we are here to make both the sides happen, that is the business to happen and also the policy to happen. So may the AI be the steroids for our industry, giving us strength and leap over old hurdles with minimum adverse effects. Let us build this sustainable way and a responsible way. The initiative of SICCI Kerala bringing new insights and open ways to make Kerala and India the AI hub. With the new AI hub which is happening near Kazhakambalam, which is envisioned by the present government, we will become the AI hub of India and also the world. To revolutionize and innovate every stream of life is what AI and this conference look for. By the grace and wisdom of God and the intelligence bestowed on us by Him, let us create a sustainable AI future for humanity as we ease through the areas of human labor and make the world a better place to live. To the students here, you are the first generative of AI natives, built with conscious, built for India, built for the world. May I now ask our chief guest for the day, Mr. Ben John, to come forward along with all our guests on the stage. We also invite our speakers to come and we do the traditional lighting of the lamp to inaugurate the session. Thank you. May I now invite all the speakers to come on stage. Can I get the lamp lit? May I ask Abhilash sir also to be on stage? He has given us the grand venue for this. Please be on stage. Rajesh sir, please accompany with him. May I invite Rajesh Nair by any chance he is here? He is our executive committee member. Rajesh Nair, are you here somewhere? May I now invite Ben John. As we invite him, please come down to whoever was on the stage. Please be seated, and rest of the persons, please be seated in the front itself because we might need you back. Sir, please, this is your time. Ben John, can you?
Dr. Ben John, a leader shaping how intelligence scales in the real world. As Vice President of Engineering at Microsoft AI, he drives the Copilot data platform powering some of today's most advanced, personalized AI experiences, used by millions across the globe. Earlier, as CTO of AppNexus and co-founder of Xander, he helped build and scale a transformative ad tech platform, guiding its evolution into Microsoft Ads. Across every chapter of his journey, one vision remains constant: building systems where AI, data, and scale come together to create real-world impact. Now please join me in welcoming Dr. Ben John to the stage.
Thank you. I think we should let the Kerala bot, I don't know what do I call this. Sorry? Kerala AI guide should speak. Kai? Kai speaks better than me, so we should let him speak or she speaks. Good morning, everyone. I know there were some traffic delays, and I'm glad that you're all here. We're going to have an exciting day. Usually when I get on the stage or go to forums like this, they see my name as Ben John, USA. They expect like a white dude show up. Then I walk in, who's this guy? Like a brown guy or a black guy. Okay, so he's from India. Then they see my name like John, then they started talking me in Malayalam. I'm like, oh, they think like I'm Kerala. I'm neighbor, Coimbatore, so I don't know much Kerala and Malayalam, but I have a lot of friends in Malayalam. You are living in the best place on earth, you know. Kerala people call like God's country. Awesome. So I'm going to spend only a few minutes and then we'll go for panel. I'll give you a little bit of overview. I'm not here to give an inspirational, geeky speech that show off what I know. It's more about giving you some practical guidance on what is about, what is not about. So back in the days of early 90s, when I was studying computer science, it was boring because only theoretical was not enough. I only get like 30 minutes of computer time. I had to wait for 2 weeks to get the computer time. Some of you remember, I got to kick the CPU to make it boot and work. That was like early 90s. So I decided to start my own business, and also it's a need of my financial situation. So I bought a PC 8088 processor and started my own business when I was studying at my age of 18. And I would walk into the banks, people were using pen and paper and ledgers to record your financial transactions, if you remember. If we tell our kids, hey, all your banking information is in a pen and paper and stored in a shelf, our kids would freak out. So that's the stage I started my career in computer science. But then I've seen from pen and paper to the notebook, stored eventually in the PCs, then go into a local area network, if you remember, like LAN and WAN, then slowly go into cloud and internet, mobile. Then you heard about metaverse and Bitcoin and all those things. Over the period of 30 years, I'm sure some of you have seen it all, some of you have heard it all. I definitely have the blessing of seeing and doing firsthand in the last 30 years. And one thing that is very true, and the reason that someone from Coimbatore like me is driving AI innovation across the globe, the primary reason is education, God's grace, but more importantly, the foundations of internet. Internet was the global vehicle connecting global economies, connecting global enterprises over the period of last 30 years. And I know the moment you say about internet, people connect to the dot-com bubble. Yes, that was, whenever the people get excited, they go overboard and just, there's always a bubble. But internet still is the economic growth vehicle across many, many global countries and enterprises. Nobody can argue about that. So that's the last 30 years of what we lived in. And if you think about the last 30 years, the reason I say the last 30 years is so you can just have an overall, picture about what happened before and what happened after. So the way I think about the last 30 years is knowledge-based ecosystem. You all heard this phrase, knowledge is wealth. If you remember going into colleges, there's only like few books about a specific topic. Whoever get access to that book, pampering the librarian, have more advantage than the other students. If you have money and you go to the bookstore and get those books first, you have an advantage than other students in the class. Whether you study or not, at least you have the resource. So it was knowledge-based ecosystems, knowledge-based growth for the last 30 years. And I want to congratulate Kerala for what you have done. I think the first state in entire India has 100% literacy. I think you should give a hands for yourself. 100% literacy. And it's leading by example for the rest of the states in India. And that's what happened. And you're producing 66,000 plus engineering graduates every single year. There is IIT Palakkad, there is IIT and NITs and so many engineering institutions around Kerala. And it's because of the knowledge that grown over the period. That's the good news. But I'm going to tell you the bad news. Or an opportunity, if you say. If you look at the table here, you don't see computer science engineers. You don't see hardware engineers. Not that they are not important, but the boundaries are broken. A dentist standing up on the stage and preaching about AI. The person who built an emperor in ice creams, I met him like a few weeks ago, was just blown away how big and grown Laz ice creams. He's talking about AI. A person who is coming from medical, biomedical, is talking and using AI. So what I'm trying to say is, the boundaries are broken. The world is not going to lead only by computer science engineers. I'm a computer science engineer by trade. I'm so blessed and privileged. Last 30 years, I would walk in anywhere and say I'm a computer science engineer. They would give me a proud look. That is not going to be the case for the next 30 years. The boundaries are broken. Anybody can get into technology. Anybody can use technology better than software engineers. The non-software engineers have an advantage because they have the domain expertise. A financial person can build a much better financial software than a software engineer. A medical professional can leverage AI and build medical plus technology much better than a software engineer. So that's why the next 30 years I'm calling curiosity-based ecosystem. All you need to have is curiosity. You need to know where and when and how to ask questions. So the moment you ask or think about an idea, what do you say? Hey, let's go Google. Let's go search. It is shifting to, well, let's go have a conversation with the bot. You see the difference between a search and a conversation? And you're not asking a question, you're having a conversation, you are interacting with the technology and a chat bot, and it is very important that paradigm is shifting. So whoever has curiosity, asking better questions, and the products that I'm building, Copilot, can see what you see, can hear what you hear, can talk like a human, and you should try it out. I know I'm trying to sell my product, Copilot, but there's nothing wrong with that. So it's going to be a curiosity-based ecosystem. First of all, you should give a pat back yourself because you took the time off and come and sit here. That is a good start. And if you are curious, you will win the world. And the first question comes to my mind, or people's mind, is AI is going to replace humans? Is AI going to take over jobs? And you have to connect back to the Industrial Revolution when books printing started by the machine. Anything that was augmented by machine, people start revolutionizing and asking questions. Is it going to replace? So there are two types of machineries that augment human power. One is physical, the second one is brain. We all use every day hundreds of machineries to augment our physical work. Same thing, you are using a lot of machines to augment your brain power. Human interaction to machine, there is nothing wrong with that. That is the world that is going to be. So World Economic Forum, by January 2025, did a survey, and it said AI is going to create 170 million new jobs. It is also going to displace 92 million new jobs. Look, anything I say, you can go quickly have a conversation and check for it. That means 78 million net new jobs will be created. But there is a catch to it. 59% of people need reskilling, or I would call upskilling. That means 39% of skills will become outdated. I'll give you a simple example. Designing a brochure. I can design a brochure right in front of you in 30 seconds than any other UX designer in the world. You can try that out. I can build a prototype of a software for a dental registration system or an ice cream marketing online registration system in 15 minutes instead of hiring 5 engineers. So a lot of those skills will be replaced, but at the same time, lot of skills needs upskilling. Those are the numbers developed and surveyed by World Economic Forum, over 1,000 enterprise customers across 33 industries. I'm a computer scientist, but I'm not saying only from a computer science perspective. Every single industry is going to be touched by this. This is real. That's why I gave you the analogy of internet and AI. Internet was still stable and still a growth vehicle. AI is going to be the growth vehicle for the next 30 years. I'm sure you are hearing about bubbles, is this real or not? Yes, there will be some ups and downs, but this is going to be your fundamental vehicle for the next 30 years. So with that, I want to give you a very practical guidance for what to do. I don't want to just create an inspiration or panic and walk away. So I'm sure there are students here. So if you are a student, or if you are a parent studying as have students, I'm going to give you 4 ideas. If you have a pen and paper, please take it, or if you have a mobile phone, take it. So if you are a student, you need to do a planning for the 4 years when you are studying, whether you are first year, second year, third year, fourth year. So I'm going to give you 4 areas. The first one is academics. When you study academics, it is so easy these days to reverse engineer and get good grades. Focus on grades, but deeply understand the concepts. You know, one of the professor and I were talking before this, kids use ChatGPT to answer the questions. My kids use ChatGPT and Copilot too. You know what they use for? You can use it like, hey, I am working on this geometry problem. You are the tutor. Ask me 10 hard questions. You see what I'm doing? So I'm using ChatGPT or Copilot as a tutor to train me. Then, hey, here is the problem my professor gave. Don't cheat yourself. Cheating others is one thing, but cheating yourself is the worst. So academics is the bucket. Make your students, or if you're a student, put a 4-year plan. What are the subjects that you're doing, and be expert at it. And there is no way, there is no reason you can come up with saying, oh, my professor is not expert, oh, the subject is hard. The person who's studying at Stanford University and this person who's studying in one of the tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3 university in Kerala have same resource. That's why I said boundaries are broken. You have no excuse not to get deeper into this academics. Use these AI tools as a tutor, not to solve your problems. That's the first one. So build a plan for 4 year in academics bucket. That's the first one. The second one is advancement. One of the reasons, besides many other things, I'm able to do what I'm able to do is I did practical work while I was studying. Do learnings. In the advancement bucket, come up with a 4-year plan of what are the courses that you're going to study outside of your college curriculums. Online certifications, special courses, go do workshops, find something to learn. For example, like if you're studying accountancy, go learn how a CA works, go learn about tax, go learn about how the international tariff works. There are so much content out there. Make a plan what to learn in every year. Semesters come and go, plan for that. Or during December break, this is what I'm going to learn. During the summer break, this is what I'm going to learn. Don't learn. So the first bucket is academics. The second bucket is advancement. The third bucket is apprenticeships. Please go work somewhere. Don't just run around and just enjoy the youth. Go find, if you're in a mechanical engineer, talk to one of your uncles or somebody who has a lathe shop and go work during summer. Go work during the evenings. That will give you the better experience than just studying it. It is very important to put our youth to work. I'm encouraging all the universities and colleges after 3 o'clock, create an infrastructure within the university and have a team. They should do hands-on work. Don't worry about, oh, I don't know what to do. Talk to the people, talk to your uncles and aunts and neighbors, go to corner shop, go to voluntary organization. Hey, how are you collecting leads? Can I build you an online system for you? Hey, how are you manage your marketing? Can I build brochures for you? Please encourage the youth to do the work. They should be yelled at by managers. They should be understanding the field. That is the third. So what I'm saying is each quarter or each year they should have a plan. That's the third bucket. The fourth one is affiliations. How am I doing on time? 5 more minutes? Yeah, and affiliations. This is the most important thing. It's networking. You know, we all heard this saying, I'll tell about you based on who your friend is. Same thing. You will be good at based on who you know. So I'm going to give you a very specific guidance on that. Make an effort to connect with 2 new people every 3 months. Through your connections, relationships, friends, you have no excuse. WhatsApp, LinkedIn, Facebook, Insta, whatever that is, that the person that you want to connect with. So that, you know, there is always like a give and take, learn and teach. Then don't ignore the past connections, because people are only transaction based and come only when there is a need for a job or only when there is a need for money. Don't do that. Continuously invest in cultivating the relationships. So the 4th bucket is affiliations. So 4 buckets I said for students: academics, advancements, apprenticeships, and affiliations. Put a plan, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, and when you do these 4 buckets, when you come out of 4-year college degree, no matter whether you are studying mechanical or production or instrumentation or electronics, the students will come out as a beautiful, beautiful product. Now I'm going to switch gears to the business folks. Whether you are a business person, whether you are a product person, whether you are working for a company, I have 4 ideas as well. And I want you to start doing this and writing it down. Let's start with the first one, is awareness. If you don't know what AI is, you have no excuse today. You can start asking questions and learning it. Get that awareness. Don't be the problem searchers, be the problem solvers. Just try to find what are the things that I know, what are the things that I don't know. Have that curiosity. That awareness is very important. The second bucket is adaptation. Come up with a plan. Every month, same as like how you do yourself a physical check or whatnot, do your career check. Oh, am I doing these progress in these 4 buckets, what Ben said. So awareness, what did you learn, what did you not learn and whatnot. The second one is adaptation. So every day that you go to work, there are mundane tasks, the tasks that you're doing are project work. Try to use AI, some part of it. Let's say if you're reading emails every day, 30 minutes, connect with the right tool and ask the tool to summarize your email. I'm just giving you basic example. Let's say you're spending 2 hours analyzing financial transactions for the previous week, or you're analyzing leads. Use a tool. So insert at least one AI tool with your existing process or existing project. That's called adaptation. The third one is augmentation. In your existing projects, find a way to augment an entire product, completely change it. Let's say if you're building a workflow-based system, or if you're building a process that you already have, completely change it to AI first thinking. If you don't think as AI first, you are not going to penetrate yourself. You have to think AI first. That's augmentation. The fourth one is very important, advancement. Start something 0 to 1. If you have an existing product, existing services, whatever it is, innovate something from scratch. You got to have the startup mindset while you're running your existing business, while you're running an existing product, and build something from scratch. That is so much easier. So if you do these 4 buckets on your day-to-day business, day-to-day projects, day-to-day work, whatever the industry you are, I'm going to repeat those 4. Awareness, adaptation, augmentation, and advancement. And having a plan will make you definitely more successful than not having a plan. AI, there is a lot of freaky things happening. People just get scared and people think negatively about it. But if you have a plan and if you know what you're doing, there are so many opportunities and you have the opportunity to win the world, and that is the reason that we are here. I wish you and the students and your families the best success, and I want to make sure you continuously listen and get connected with the rest of the forums. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben John. Now I have our supporters, that is our government of Kerala, which has actually supported us in a big way. They were not able to make it, but Mr. P. Rajiv have given us the video for actually making this a grand success. He has been working behind, and actually the IT secretary and all the team of InfoPark, Smart City, all those people were the actual people, including the GTech were the actual people. So May I now play the video of Rajiv? And Rajiv Chandrasekharji also has given all those videos we are ahead. Thank you.
SICCI കേരള ഫ്യൂച്ചർ AI കോൺക്ലേവ് 2026 സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിൽ ഞാൻ പ്രത്യേകം അവരെ അഭിനന്ദിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇന്നേ ദിവസം പാലക്കാട് നമ്മുടെ മാനുഫാക്ചറിംഗ് സ്മാർട്ട് സിറ്റി, കൊച്ചി ബാംഗ്ലൂരു ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ കോറിഡോറിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള സ്മാർട്ട് സിറ്റിയിൽ ഓഫീസ് പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്ക് തുടക്കം കുറിക്കുന്നത് ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പല പരിപാടികളിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കാൻ പാലക്കാടായതിനാൽ നേരിൽ അവിടെ വരാൻ കഴിയാതെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നു. അതിൽ നിങ്ങളോട് ഞാൻ ക്ഷമ ചോദിക്കുകയാണ്. കേരളം അതിവേഗത്തിൽ വ്യവസായ സൗഹൃദത്തിൽ മുന്നോട്ട് വരികയാണ്. തുടർച്ചയായ 2 വർഷവും ഈസ് ഓഫ് ഡൂയിങ് ബിസിനസിന്റെ ബിസിനസ് റിഫോംസ് ആക്ഷൻ പ്ലാനിന്റെ റാങ്കിങ്ങിൽ നമ്മൾ 1ാം സ്ഥാനത്തേക്ക് എത്തി എന്നതിൽ ഓരോ മലയാളിക്കും അഭിമാനിക്കാൻ കഴിയാവുന്നതാണ്. നമ്മുടെ വ്യവസായ നയത്തിൽ പ്രധാനമായി ഊന്നൽ നൽകുന്ന മേഖലകൾ പുതിയ തലമുറ ടെക്നോളജിയാണ്. AI-യും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ബിഗ് ഡാറ്റ അനാലിസിസ്, റോബോട്ടിക്സ്, ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയിൻ ടെക്നോളജി, ഇതെല്ലാം തന്നെ നമ്മൾ മുൻഗണന നൽകുന്ന മേഖലകളാണ്. ആദ്യമായി ജെൻ AI-യിൽ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഒരു കോൺക്ലേവ് IBM-മായി ചേർന്ന് സംഘടിപ്പിച്ചത് സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാരാണെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാവുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. കേവലം ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു സംവിധാനം തുടങ്ങുക എന്നതിനപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് വളരെ ട്രൈവായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു ഇക്കോസിസ്റ്റം ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനാണ് സർക്കാർ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. സർക്കാരും ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അക്കാഡമിക് സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളും റിസർച്ച് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ടുകളും എല്ലാം ചേരുന്ന ഒരു ഇക്കോസിസ്റ്റമാണ് നാം ഇവിടെ ശക്തിപ്പെടുത്താൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. കേരളത്തിലെ സ്കൂളുകളിൽ 7ാം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ തന്നെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾ AI ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള പുതിയ കാല ടെക്നോളജി പഠിക്കുന്നു. നമ്മുടെ സർക്കാർ എയ്ഡഡ് സ്കൂളുകളിലെ അധ്യാപകരിൽ അവരെ ഈ ടൂളുകൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതിനാവശ്യമായ പരിശീലനവും ഗവൺമെന്റ് നൽകുകയുണ്ടായി. നിരവധി പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കമ്പനികൾ ഈ രംഗത്തുള്ളത് കേരളത്തിൽ പ്രവർത്തനം ആരംഭിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നതിനും കൂടുതൽ നിക്ഷേപം ആകർഷിക്കുന്നതിനും കൂടുതൽ തൊഴിലവസരങ്ങൾ കേരളത്തിൽ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നതിനും ഈ കോൺക്ലേവ് സഹായകരമാകുമെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകളും അർപ്പിക്കുന്നു.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anupi Ambika. I'm the CEO of Kerala Startup Mission. And today I'm here to talk about the Future AI Conclave 2026 that is being hosted in the Lulu Twin Towers on January 8th, 2026. Hosted by the Southern India Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kerala. This Future AI Conclave is a focused platform to accelerate the state's information technology and AI mission. And as we speak, we have formed something called Kerala AI Mission, where we are working with multiple departments, asking for use cases in which AI can be integrated. Very interesting use case that came our way was about doing a crowd control in Shabarimala, looking at the video feeds at the various stop points. And similar such interesting use cases has come up from various departments. I hope this conclave is a place where we will discuss the new trends and technologies in AI and look at all the possibilities in which AI can be implemented in the society, government, as well as in the corporate for economic and social advancements. I wish this conclave all the very best, and I hope you have wonderful deliberations as part of this conclave.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം to all of the industry leaders, innovators, AI practitioners and young Malayalis who have gathered at this Future AI Conclave. Thank you to SICCI for inviting me to speak today at this conclave. Let me straight off tell you that there is absolutely no doubt we are living in an AI age. We are living in what is certainly one of the most exciting periods of technology history. As somebody who has been around technology and has seen many cycles of technology, from the desktop computer to the portable to the internet to the semiconductors and now AI, I can certainly tell you that I wish I was much younger and starting off in technology rather than being a grizzled veteran of over 3 decades in the space. For young Malayalis today, it is extremely important to understand that the current landscape of opportunities in Kerala are certainly not making Kerala competitive, or are not positioning Kerala as a very competitive destination for the coming wave of investments and opportunities. And it is important that we understand that these investments will come to where the talent is, and talent will go in turn to where the opportunities are. So those who are today in the education ecosystem, those who are in the general tech ecosystem, have to wake up to the reality that the talent is the most important ingredient and the determining factor for success or failure in this new landscape, the new playground of opportunities and entrepreneurship. And to prepare that talent, to create that talent, our education ecosystem, our technology and business ecosystem will have to raise the bar and ensure that the conventional education programs are supplemented by and complemented by strong AI labs, AI programs, AI internships, and AI exposure for our young and coming generation of students. The last 11 years of progress that India has made in tech and innovation did not come by accident. India has not become the third largest innovation ecosystem in the world by accident. It took a lot of hard work, it took a great decisive political leadership, it took policies, and it took execution on the part of government and the private sector to create the digital economy that India is today proud to boast and the world is envying. So in the coming months and years, I hope Kerala can reverse the trend of the last 10 to 15 years where we have fallen behind in all matters of tech, and that the talent in Kerala, of which there is plenty, can be really capitalized and can be given the opportunities, both in education, skilling, and in terms of investment and other opportunities, to play a significant role in this emerging AI landscape and the world of the emerging world of technology in the coming years. So I wish the Future AI Conclave and all the participants the very best. I wish you healthy and strong conversations, and I hope together all of us as Malayalis and those who are visiting Kerala as well can work together to transform Kerala into one of the significant contributors and ecosystems in the coming world, in the coming years of AI opportunities. So I thank you again. All the very best. Namaskaram. Jai Hind.
Now I invite my co-chair, Mr. Matthew Cherian from TransAsia, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, guests, dignitaries on and off the dais. Thank you all for taking your time and coming and attending the event. I think it's indeed our honor to have a list of dignified speakers. I think we have close to about 10 speakers, all having over 20 to 30 years of experience in their respective domain. I think they've come all the way from various parts of the globe. Probably I'll just name them, and end of it we'll give them a loud big of applause. We have Mr. Ben John, we have Mr. Pat Krishnan, Mr. Sunil Varki, Mr. Arun Raj, Mr. Matthew Zakaria, Selva Kumar, Mr. Anshul Saxena, Mr. Joseph Abraham, and Mr. Venu Gopal Krishnan. Thank you each one of you for taking your time. I think all of them are all at CXO levels. They've come from various parts of the globe to just come and probably share their knowledge, which is for the benefit of all of us. The first time I came to know about AI is in 2018 when I met Mr. Arun. Arun, I think, had just relocated from London, and then he came and told me that he wants to come back to Cochin and build a company on cybersecurity using AI. He said his services or the products would be used across the globe, across Fortune 500 companies. And he's sitting here, leads a team of 250 people where his products and services are being used across the globe. Then he had told me that give this 5 years and you will see a whole array of change where AI is going to be used across sectors, across companies, just not IT, it's just going to be used across. Then today, I'm a chartered accountant. I work as management of a of a company having interest in logistics, IT, ITS, warehousing, and a whole array of services. We are today looking at each of our internal departments and seeing where we can use AI to bring in efficiency, where we bring in improved visibility across layers, across interdepartments and at management level. So that is, I think, the influence of AI which has come in the last 2 years. And I'm sure that AI is going to bring in a lot of opportunity for people across. It's just not like what I think Ben sir said. It's just not technology. I think you have ice cream people, you have doctors, you have people from across the globe who's going to use AI. So I think it's a case of us coming in with curiosity, understanding how we can improve ourselves, look at each of the processes and tasks we do today to bring in efficiency. I think that's all what we've come in here. So we're expecting about 250 to 300 people from across companies, universities to come and attend the program, and we look forward to having a very good event. I would also like to thank all those who've made the event possible today. I think the entire SICCI team from Chennai who initially gave us the seed for the entire idea, and the local SICCI team led by Thomas, Rajesh, John, Akhil and myself. I think the first three were probably been running around it for more than a month. They've burned midnight oil to make this event a big success. If we can just give them a big round of applause. As well as the SICCI teams from Chennai and Cochin, they've also been of immense help during the last few weeks. All of our vendors, Sounds and Lights, Gel Jacob and team, Nila Caterers, they've all ensured that what we see today has been a big success as well. The entire Lulu team, I think this event would not have been a success without the Lulu team. I think when you come, I think the Lulu IT towers have changed the entire landscape. I think Abhilash sir is a good friend of mine. We've been interacting closely for the past year. If you look at Lulu, I think Lulu has been a huge blessing for the entire state of Kerala. Look at just the IT ecosystem. They would have probably invested about 3,000 crores into just building quality infrastructure for all of us. I think we just need to give them a big round of applause to entire Lulu team. And Yusuf sir as well. So entire Lulu team led by Lalji Zakaria, Thomas Joseph, they've been instrumental in recommending the place. I think Abhilash sir, Abdul Rahman, the entire team, you've been fabulous. You've given us a quality infra, and we're looking forward to having many more events at the same location. Thank you so much, sir. We also like to thank various government departments. I think when you look at India today, India is not the India you see in the 1990s or in 2000. I think I have my friends who come in after 10 years and they come in and say, Kochi is different, India is different. I think the convenience and the technology which India offers to our daily living is something which is unseen. I have a friend of mine who is living in Australia. And when you look at today's facilities and the technology which comes into India, you have, you want to deliver something, you have Porter, you have Zomato, you have everything. You have everything which is available in India. So I think the government departments also have been looking at how do you improve India as an economy and how do you use AI as well. So the entire central government team, especially the AI and the IT team from central government have been instrumental in giving us the necessary support. The entire state government teams, I think led by KCUM, Mr. Anup Ankevika, because of his tight schedule, he couldn't attend. The Infopark CEO, Mr. Sushant Kurindil, he has a wedding in his family, otherwise he would have been with us explaining. I think he's much more than an Infopark CEO, he's a technologist as well. Our GTech team, Chairman VK Matthew and the entire board of members have been instrumental in giving us necessary support all across as well. Mr. Shamba Shivarao, who is part of the entire IT secretary team as well, he's also been instrumental in giving us necessary support as well. Last but not least, I think we've seen the KAI or the Kerala AI bot which has been there. Dr. Ajay, Dr. Prince and Mr. Sharath have been instrumental in making the entire AI video and preparing the necessary technology events for the day as well. I apologize if I have missed anyone else who've probably been instrumental and being part of the event. I think usually the challenge with the person giving the vote of thanks is he stands between hungry people and lunch. I think here the challenge is that I'm just standing between a few good knowledge sessions and just getting the event started off. So I'm not taking any much more time. Looking forward to seeing each one of you here. I think from an audience standpoint, please network, use the best of it. I think personal standpoint as well, we are all learning today. I think we need to live life with a lot more curiosity. I think that is probably the biggest takeaway from Mr. Ben John's session. We look forward to, personally I look forward to hearing each one of the all other speakers, expert speakers I would say, and then taking smally tiny bits out of each of the sessions. Looking forward to seeing each one of you. Thank you. I think Mr. John mentioned that I missed mentioning Mr. Alok and Mr. Nambudri. I think they've part of our expert speakers as well. I'm so sorry, and then I would like to thank each one of you as well. Thank you.
Now let us stand up for the national anthem and close the meeting, and then we have a short tea break and with that as we arrange our podium for the next sessions.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
It's time for the tea break. Due to paucity of time, we'd like to get you back in 10 minutes. So let's have a fast coffee. We should network, but we should not wait for too much of tea time. Kai also was having a coffee and a biscuit. Please be seated, please. Arun Raj is already on the stage. I'd like to invite Manu sir also to come. May I just invite Manu Zakaria and Arun Raj, who are the next panelists. Please introduce Manu Zakaria.
Manu Zakaria, a name that has helped define cybersecurity in India and beyond. With more than 30 years of experience, he is widely known as an information security evangelist who has worked across enterprise security, ethical hacking, and cyber defense. A 4-time Microsoft Most Valuable Professional and recipient of the Asia Pacific Information Security Leadership Award from ISC², his contributions go far beyond titles. He is the founder of the ConCon International Hacking Conference, co-founder of Ground Zero, and the creator of Matrix, a security operating system used for learning and testing cyber defenses. From advising governments and global institutions like the International Telecommunication Union to building communities of security professionals, his work has shaped how cybersecurity is taught, practiced, and strengthened. A true builder of the cybersecurity community, Manu Zakaria.
May I now invite Manu Zakaria to present his first session on cybersecurity. Arun Raj will join him on the discussion soon.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So initially, can you switch to the presentation, please? Yeah. So initially, my talk was scheduled for the second half. So I was under the impression that, okay, morning all the speakers are going to talk about the good things about AI, and then afternoon I'll introduce the bad thing about AI. Fortunately or unfortunately, the organizers swapped the talk, and you guys have to start with the bad side of the security or the bad side of the AI. It's not actually bad, I'm just setting the context. So can I? Yeah. So I'm going to, so how we are planning is, initially there were 3 speakers. We were planning a panel discussion as well as a fireside chat, but one speaker couldn't join. So first I'll start with my presentation, and then we will hand over to the next speaker, and then we will have a discussion, and then we will open the floor for questions and discussions, okay? So I'll take around 15 minutes max. My intro is over. So my agenda, I'll keep it very short. I'll have a small introduction section, and then I'll set the context with a case study, how the AI is shaping the offensive security spectrum, and then what is offensive AI, why we should adopt it, and I'll summarize it, and in case if you have any question, towards the end of the session, we can take up further questions. Before I start, I already said, this is not a political presentation, or this is not a presentation to scare you or not to highlight anything bad. Just to set the context, I'm sharing some case studies. So I'm not sure whether you can read it. So there is a very famous saying, there are 2 kinds of people in the world, those who know AI and those who don't, which is what the opening speaker also said. It is time for everyone to adopt. So now the world looks at us as whether we know AI or not. So with that, 2026 started with a very interesting bang, or something very interesting happened. Can you just?
Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have.
Certain expertise that we have. So what basically happened, all of you know, a complete city went offline, okay? And somebody, recorded it accidentally.
Y después van hacia arriba, ¿sí? Si es por parte de su madre o parte... Boludo, se cortó la luz.
So you can see the New Year celebrations were still on. This happened, and everybody knows what happened, but we have a different side to look at it. So what we saw is an AI warfare era has started. This is a very classical example. Till now, it was the regular conventional warfare era. Now, what has started is 2026 kicked off the AI warfare era. Now, what do you mean by that is, for the first time, the fifth dimension of the warfare is showcased in a very proper way or without any mistakes, is what is an example here happened. So in case if you don't know what are the various dimensions of warfare, we have the air, water, land, and then you have the space, the cyber, and then the mind. Okay, so this is the first time the fifth domain supremacy was tested properly. Now, what actually happened, one of the most interesting thing is the world's second largest hydroelectric project was hacked or compromised, which is the Guri Dam project, which they attacked and then shut down the complete city's power system. I don't know how many of you know about this. Yesterday, there was a big fire in KSEB in Thrissur. So when I was hearing the news, the first thing that came to my mind is there a sabotage attempt happening? Are they trying some small test on our infrastructure? Yesterday there was a big fire, Thrissur, there was an electric failure if you have, observed the news. So the point here is, the cyber weapons were used for 3 activities as part of the operation. One was to switch off the lights. Second was to spoof the enemy radar. So the Venezuelan radars were not showing any aircraft that was coming. Almost 150 aircraft flew from US or US warship to Venezuela. The Venezuelan radars were not showing anything. So the second cyber weapon that was used was to control the radar. And the third one was the command and control system, which is basically the phone network. The phone network was again compromised. They were not able to connect because to fire any missile or launch a rocket, you need to get permission from the military commanders. They were not able to contact them. So the cyber weapons were used to target 3 areas basically. Now, don't think that only the government was part of it. The private sector, this is where I'm setting the context. The private players are a major, or they play a major role in national security nowadays. So one of the company, you can Google for it. This company was providing the AI intelligence to the military operation. Basically, the target, what they are doing, what they are eating, how they are moving, when they are moving, to which place they are moving. Everything was provided as intel feed by this AI company. Now the cyber weapons market. Okay, this is the market share that is predicted. How many cyber weapon companies are there in India? You can just Google for it. Very, very minimal. Okay, and don't look at it as a negative space or negative activity. It's a very, very lucrative industry. You can just look at the number here. We don't have the ecosystem is what we are, or what I'm trying to convey here. We don't have the ecosystem to do research and development in this space. Okay. What the world is looking at is what is known as zero resistance engineering. This is the future as far as national security is concerned or offensive security is concerned. So what this means is, everybody is looking at a system or an ecosystem where if you attack somebody, there is less or minimal or nil resistance from the other side. And this is what exactly was proven in Venezuela. There was zero resistance from that particular country. 150 aircraft, I don't know how many of you have studied it. It took 2.5 hours after the first approval to launch the attack, and it took only 20 or 25 minutes to complete the mission. Okay, so everything happened in 3 hours window. Okay, so this is what everybody is looking at. And with that, let me get into, what is offensive AI. So, morning, the speaker also was talking about internet and, the economy behind internet and how it acts as a catalyst for our growth, but internet is a place where there is no rule. Whoever is powerful, they control internet. You might have heard China rerouted the internet traffic for almost 40 minutes, which means they have access, or if required, they can reroute the complete world's traffic through their servers. Many other countries have attempted that. Just Google for it, don't believe me, just Google for all these things. So, World Wide Web, it is also known as Wild Wild West. People who watch the US movies, they know Wild Wild West is a state where there is no law. Okay. So internet is a place, as we speak here, if internet is there, as we speak here, these are the live attacks that is happening. This is live, this is not a recorded video. Okay, it's taken live from the internet. These are the live attacks that is happening, and most of them, interestingly, is being powered by AI. Can you click on the next slide, please? So this presentation, I have put it online. Anybody can take it. No need to record it. It is there online. I will share the URL at the end. Yeah, just click on next one. This is another feed, live attacks from another feed. Next. Next. We'll skip it. Okay. So AI, everybody is talking about how AI can solve the problems, how we can use it in daily life, how we can use in the medical industry. But there are a group of people who is looking at AI and finding out how we can use AI to launch attacks. Now, AI-powered attacks are going to be very, very difficult to stop if you don't know how to stop it. So that is where it is time to invest on offensive AI also. So AI acts as a multiplier for attackers. Now AIs are writing malware. It is used for extensive phishing because it can adapt. Depending on your profile, the phishing campaign will adapt itself. It can be used for polymorphic activities, which I'll come to that very soon. Okay, so the threat landscape is basically changing with the advent of AI. So AI-driven phishing camps. Morning, again, another speaker was talking about the deep fakes that happened in India. A lot of cases are already registered. So we have autonomous malware. Autonomous malware means viruses which knows what to do depending on where it is placed. And then we have polymorphic attacks, which is basically, it changes its behavior. So today it might be silent, tomorrow it might, act differently. So then we have AI assistant Recon. Recon is reconnaissance, basically gathering information about you from the social media platforms or open intelligence platforms. Then exploit development. These are all slightly technical terms. I don't want to get too technical, but these are all offensive activities which can be done by AI agents now. Okay. If you have an AI system in place, attackers have new attack surface. So basically, the attackers can attack your training data. It can also attack your model's APIs, and it can also attack the prompts and the plugins that is used in your AI system. I just spoke about model poisoning. So you have the model or LLMs and all those things, the training data that can be poisoned so that it gives out wrong information. Okay, that is what is model poisoning. Prompt injection, very similar to that. You can do data leakage through LLMs and then insecure model endpoints. So these are all technical words. I don't want to get into the technical aspect of it, but what I'm trying to convey is when we are building AI systems, these are the attack surfaces. If you don't protect it properly, the attackers could control it, or they could even damage your system. So just a recent research, 3 months before this result came out. Can you click on that continue to site? Top right. Yeah. If you want to poison AI engine, you only need 250 bad documents. And you can look at the date. It was released in October 2025. So you have a system, you want to contaminate it, you want to damage it, or you want it to give wrong information. What you need is basically 250 minimum documents. Okay, just click on the next slide, please. Okay, so I talked about the wrong or the bad side of it. For the people who are involved in designing or implementing or building AI systems, what are the things that you can adopt to make sure you have a secure AI system? One is you follow the secure by design AI. A very simple example I'll give you. If you do a ChatGPT search and say, I want to build a web application which does a conference registration, the first output that it will give you is never secure. At the end of it, you will see, if you want to make it more secure, please do let us know. I'll give you the suggestion. So it is not by default giving you the secure output. Most of the people, we want a working model. We don't care about security generally. Okay. So one of the first thing that you can adopt is the secure by design AI. The second is threat modeling, which is again another domain in security. So you look at all the threats that is applicable. Then the third is the SSDLC, the Secure Software Development Lifecycle for ML. That is something that you can adopt. And then do it for full-fledged offensive testing, which is known as red teaming in the industry. So you have a new engine or a model, you make sure you do a full-fledged testing on it and ensure there are no loopholes. So these are some of the suggestions or best practices that you can follow to adopt a secure AI model. So the offensive AI is a necessary evil. You need to know, because if you want to stop an attacker, you should know how they do the attacks. That's the very simple funda here. So the very interesting thing is SANS, I don't know how many of you know about it, it's one of the best training organizations in the world. They have started a special course. I'm not here to promote that. I'm just giving you the context. The world is getting ready for using AI to attack, and we are talking about building AI systems here. We have to catch up. That is the main point that I'm trying to convey. We have a lot of things to do to reach this level. So what I'm saying is, there are so many courses available now. It's paid, and look at the fees. It's almost 5 lakh rupees. Okay, it's a 5 days course or maximum 10 days course. You are paying 5 lakh, but the content is at that level. So a lot of opportunities are there from a security or AI security standpoint is what I'm trying to convey. So let me conclude. Few points I have. The AI is going to impact everything around us. Like what Mr. Ben said, the next 30 years, it's going to impact us, both in the good way and the bad way. The elections that are going to come now, you will see in the previous election, again I said this is not a political talk. The previous election, you saw how social media was used. The coming elections, you will see how AI is going to play a major role in shaping your thought process. It is going to affect our, financial backbone, enterprises, network, everything is going to affect. Organizations need to be prepared for a AI scale attack. That is the second point that you need to keep in mind. And very, very interesting, no matter how much money or assets you have, you may have good technology. If you don't know how to protect it, it is just an illusion. It is not your asset. It is somebody else's asset. A very classical example is what happened last week. And finally, any technology that can give you everything is equally powerful in taking it back from you. I will stop my talk with one question which I want you to think. Everybody is now claiming that we use AI or AI powered engine. What stopped Indigo from whatever happened? Why the AI couldn't solve it? Everybody claims, all of you know what happened at the end of 2025, right? Their system, they are also using AI. Everybody is using AI. What stopped that organization from solving that problem. They had almost 1 year or 1.5 years at disposal. So the point here is, I'm not saying this technology is bad. What I'm saying is, if you don't know how to use the technology, then it is going to bite you back. That is the point here. It's just like a knife. If you don't know how to use it, or 2 weeks before, there was a incident happened in Punjab. Somebody was carrying a gun here. How many of you seen that video? Okay, somebody was carrying a gun here. He was sitting, when he got up, it accidentally fired, he died. So if you use a gun, there is a safety lock which you have to put. So AI or any technology for that matter, it is like that. If you don't know how to use it properly, it is going to hit you back. Okay, so that's the points that I wanted to convey. What we are planning is, now I'll hand over the mic to the next speaker. He will share some experience, and then we can have some discussions, questions on the AI security part of it. Okay, so that's it. If you have any questions, we'll take it after the talks are over. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Manu. Let me introduce Arun Raj before we started. We heard the gun story, so let us see how we can lock it.
Digital threats evolve every day. Leadership means staying ahead with intelligence, scale, and precision. As Chief Operating Officer at Prevalent AI, a United Kingdom-based cybersecurity software company, he leads product strategy, operations, and execution, driving artificial intelligence-first security capabilities that help global enterprises stay protected. With deep experience across big data engineering, artificial intelligence, and data science, his work focuses on simplifying security operations, reducing human dependency, and bringing clarity to detection, analytics, and risk prioritization. An alumnus of the Said Business School at the University of Oxford and the College of Engineering Trivandrum, he is a respected voice in discussions on artificial intelligence strategy, cybersecurity, and digital transformation. The conversation on securing the future continues. Please welcome Arun Raj.
Floor is all yours.
Yeah, that's a good speech, Manu. So I think Manu and I had a quick chat this morning around how do we really deliver some meaningful insights and takeaways for this kind of a hybrid audience. And with Manu, with this vast technology and expertise, I'm not going to go into the technology area, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions at the last third. What I really want to talk about is, you heard Manu speak about the massive threats or attacks that's possible with AI. And I want to flip it around and talk about the opportunities that present to us, right? And especially this conclave being a conclave where we're talking about how we will position or accelerate Kerala's role as an AI hub, developing high-tech products, and more importantly, creating high-tech jobs. I want to probably start off with my own personal journey and talk about it in a very simple way, how people in this audience can actually think about developing cybersecurity capabilities from India and in Kerala. So with that, I'll just probably talk about a bit around my journey. Arun Raj, been a technologist for 30 years. Spent most of the time in the US and then India calling. Always wanted to come back and do something for the mother nation, and that call kept persistent. And then the first chance I got to move closer home, I left the US, the Valley and the East Coast, and then came to London, one step closer. Spent around 15 years there, and while I was there, I had the privilege to work with a lot of leading technologists and business leaders, and I spent a number of years helping intelligence agencies, mostly the three-letter agencies, and I can relate to a lot of things Manu says, and helping those intelligence agencies to really deal with the proverbial needle in the haystack. So, for example, when a bomb goes, explodes in a New York suburb, have you ever wondered how the intelligence agencies suddenly nail down into like 10 suspects in less than an hour? That's nothing but data fusion, right? You collect as much information you can have, human intelligence and non-human intelligence, and fuse it and understandably use machine learning models to be able to understand anomalies or outliers. And that's exactly how this is doing. And the question is, how much data can you collect, and how useful is the data, and what techniques do you use to be able to extract insights? And that's what I used to do for a living. I spent a lot of time working with the Australian police and some of those agents that I can talk about, but you get it, cross-border terrorism, counter-terrorism, of course, and even other more societal problems like child trafficking and human trafficking and pornography. But the point is, if you have the ability to collect, everyone leaves footprints, and there's so much information, and you always wondered why all these tech companies are giving so much freebies. They're collecting your data, and the data is the oil, right? So if you have the data and you have the ability to collect the data, then you are able to really then extract meaningful insight. So, and then while I was working with some of those eminent leaders dealing with human intelligence, I came across some senior people in the cyber industry. So, and they're my co-founders. One is a gentleman by name Sir Ian Loban. He's the head, he was the head, the director of GCHQ, the UK government signals intelligence. So again, the kind of operations you saw there is essentially done by government intelligence agencies. And Palantir, by the way, is funded by CIA, and they were our competitors when we were doing that. So Palantir was my top competitor, and I know what they do. So, and then I have, and then talking to people like Sir Ian, and one of our co-founders, a gentleman named Andy France. He was the head of UK's cyber defense, both offensive and defensive. So collectively, they've done years, and GCHQ goes back into the Hitler's, breaking the Morse code and how that World War II came to an end. And so that's the kind of national state capability they have. So we joined up and said, look, the problems we're trying to do in the other domain, the law enforcement domain, is pretty much the same in the digital domain. So we call it the entities of interest, right? So at the time, we are looking for weapons and locations and people, but now we are looking for other entities. You're looking for attack vectors or servers or traffic and things like that. So we thought it's the same, right? If you can fuse the data and ask the right kind of questions, then you're able to really understand what's going on. And that's how we set up Prevalent AI. And then at the time, and back to what is relevant to you is, we're a British firm, all British founders, and then clearly this required a lot of mathematicians and PhDs in data science and cyber. And our first choice was Cambridge, because that's where you usually go for solving the most complex mathematical problems. But my India calling came again. I said, this is my last chance to move back to India. So I said, the only way I'll be associating with you is if I can go back to India and set this company up there. Because I said, trust me, the talent exists. We can solve these problems, but what we really need is the leadership on the ground. And I said, I'm more than happy to personally move my family. I got 3 kids, and I literally first convinced my board to move, do this in India, and then convinced my wife. That's much harder than convincing the board, and got my children back to India, and we set up Prevalent here. So, and now today, combination of hard work and blessings and luck. We are an extremely valued company. We got large investors behind us. One is Temasek, the large Singapore sovereign fund, and then we just closed the year with another private equity, American private equity, investing some money to really grow. But we are under the stealth even now. We don't have a single sales and marketing guy. We don't talk much about what we do. But I can tell you that what we do is pretty high end, and we help secure some of the largest what we call critical infrastructure companies in the world, the telcos and the banks. And how we do it? Exactly that. We actually consume pretty much any piece of information that an enterprise have. It could be telemetry logs, it could be threat intel, it could be all the information they have, and then to be able to apply more advanced AI and machine learning to be able to understand what are the risks associated with it. So back to your kind of what you talked about, resilience. Now, you can only build resilience only if you have visibility on what's going on. So mostly what happens is you don't know what your estate is all about, or who are the attack vectors. So we kind of go shift security a bit left. We start with identify. So we don't get into detection first. We start with identify. How do you identify to begin with what your attack vector is? And that's exactly the point. So for us, AI is an attack vector. And we study a lot about AI to understand what are those, and specifically AI means non-human identities. So the world over the last 5 years, post-COVID, has remote working and things like that, identities, and of course containerizing and cloud. Dealing with identity itself was hard act, human identity. And now you have a whole host of AI agents and AI models and APIs and whatnot, really trying to really use your data, and things like that. So we do a lot of work around understanding the AI ecosystem, which is very fundamental. And only if you understand your attacker, can you build a defense. Because in the world of cyber, unlike building another business software, you are actually dealing with a human adversary. So you're not building a business software which will give your end users a user experience and an outcome, but you're actually building defenses dynamic defenses, because the adversary is a human adversary. And interestingly, these human adversaries, they collaborate. Defenders don't collaborate. It's very hard. It will be very hard to see, maybe Manu and I can collaborate, but it's very hard to see many defenders collaborating and saying, let's do it joint. But attackers, they share their IP, they share their attack exploits, and then, and two, for them, it's just, kind of throwing a stone at a glass, house, right? Because whatever they get out is a bonus. And that's exactly why AI is now a bigger threat, because as Manu explained, AI gives the attackers a serious edge, because AI agents can actually do the job of 10 attackers in 10 minutes, because it can actually learn, it can actually do reconnaissance, and it can stay in the system and really exploit data. So where I'm going with this is, these kind of massive threats to the digital economy, and we are truly in a digital economy. And again, with every instance that happens to the in the globe, like the COVID, completely transformed the digital economy. And the same thing that happened to demonetization has changed the digital economy. So with the digital economy going forward, the biggest risk to the economy is, cybersecurity. How do you secure yourself? And that's exactly my point. I think there's a huge opportunity for Kerala to be the kind of digital or cybersecurity hub of the world. And why? And I'll talk about a bit more specific. So when we came back here, clearly, as I said, the hardest act was to really get the talent. And then we went to local institutes. So we heavily relied on Cochin University and Model Engineering College. And the talent we got there was just amazing. The fresh minds, but really people who are really able to dig deep. And then we kind of slowly spanned out. And today we have people from all around the world. But we started off small and built a small team of what we call security data scientists. Now, security data science is something that we coined. It's a combination of three things. One is big data engineering, because we're talking about fusing large amounts of structured, unstructured, semi-structured, audio, video type. So you really need a lot of people who can actually do a lot of data munching. And our engineers are pretty good at it. Okay, so one is big data engineering. Second is, then you have all the data. How do you really apply the domain knowledge to it? And we talked about, and in the opening session we talked about, and I think Ben talked about it. It's about domain. You need to have domain knowledge. It's not the tech alone. So how do you build that kind of understanding of cyber attack surface and cyber defense frameworks? And finally, you really need AI or machine learning to be able to exploit that amount of data. So each one of those, the big data engineering, cyber, and AI on its own is a hard act. So you can now think about how to fuse it all together and commercially build a product and become a market leader. Now, having done that, I can stand in this podium and very confidently say that we can do in a much larger scale with much more precision. So that's my confidence. I believe that Kerala has got everything going. We got great talent, and I think Kerala has got the highest density of science and technology institutes in India. Right? I think someone used terms like 60,000 graduates passing out in a year. We need to really get them on the board. And we talked about skilling. I think people need to be skilled. So we really need skilling, and we need to really have that kind of capability to bring these people. So at one stage, I was very passionate about building something like a security data science academy. An academy where people are trained properly on those three foundational capabilities of big data engineering, cyber, and AI, and make them industry ready. I think these are things we can do, and I'm more than happy to work with SICCI and the government to do that. I think that's exactly what we need to do. I think Kerala has got maybe the wrong analogy, but Kerala can be the Israel when it comes to cyber warfare. We have that kind of talent here, and we now have investors ready to put in the money, and we really have an ecosystem developing. So with that, I will stop my conversation, but the message is there's a vibrant economy. We can actually deliver some amazing products from India, create some high value companies, and in doing so, create employment, which is very, very highly paid employment as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Questions on the floor? Can I Venu sir, you're asking the question? You are not asking the question. Okay. Please, Pat.
Okay, let me help get the ball rolling, set the ball rolling. So we really don't have much in terms of cybersecurity here in Kerala. So where do we start? We probably have the talent pool, the kids are there, but they probably don't have the courses. So can you recommend some sort of online resources or something? Maybe 50 students probably close to here. What online courses or resources can they get started on to build the resource pool? Secondly, there are companies here, there are startups here that maybe want to move into this space. Can you give us some advice for those people as well?
Okay, so I'll answer this question. Before I answer that question, as part of the planning of this conclave or this event, me, doctor and advocate Laji, we were sitting at Cafe Coffee Day at morning 12 o'clock, between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock. So suddenly one person came to me, and then I suddenly realized he's a Keralite. So obviously we were in Cochin. His name is, I forgot his name, but when he was studying second year engineering in Kerala, he broke Apple security, and then Apple gave him a reward of around $8,000 he gave him for breaking their security, which we call it as the responsible vulnerability disclosure program. So if you know there is a vulnerability with Microsoft or Apple or any product, you can report it and they will give you money or some other perks. So the point is, there is an ecosystem here as far as research is concerned. Our opening speaker said the boundaries are not there. What access you have is the same access what Stanford universities have. So it was not the case 10, 20 years. When Mr. Ben was talking, I was remembering my first book that I brought. My salary, I was with the defense earlier, so my salary at that stage was around 2,400 rupees. I'm talking about 1994 or that time. But that time there was no computer books being printed in India. So books used to come from outside India, and the first book I brought was 1,800 rupees. So almost 80% of the salary, monthly salary, I used it to buy a book. So coming to the question is, courses are good. There are so many certifications available. There are so many YouTube channels available. Forget about all these things. Just ask ChatGPT properly. I want to study AI. Please suggest a course outline and pick up each entry and do a second round of search, and it will give you a very good content. Okay, so that's one option. But more than that, I want you to think and build the what we call it the hacker mindset. So what is hacker mindset is, if you give a toy to a kid, generally you can see two behaviors. One is the kid is going to just play with it. The second that you see is he or she is interested in finding out what is inside. That curiosity, what again the opening speaker was talking about, that curiosity. Start asking question, how this is working, how can I optimize it? So no matter you do the best course in the world, if you don't have that curiosity, if you don't apply this, then you are not going to achieve what we want to achieve. So the first thing is, information is publicly available now, but the most important point is start asking that question. How things are working? How can I optimize it? How many of you know the story of Uber? Uber was developed in Kerala. You know that? Yeah. So Uber founder, you Google it. Okay. So two things I'll say. Just whenever time permits, search for how to become a hacker, and there is a very famous website called catb.org. So it talks about 3-4 points. The first point is very, very interesting. The world is filled with a lot of problems waiting to be solved. So if you can solve one problem that the world is facing today, you are a millionaire. The Uber guy came to Varkala Beach, and you Google it, don't trust me, Google it, Uber Varkala Beach, just Google this much, you will find that the development started from Varkala Beach because they found that there is no public transport here. Google it, you will find it. So the point is, start looking around, have that curiosity, ask questions, you will find answers, you will find people who will give you answers. I don't want to point to any one university or course, because that is not going to solve the problem. You want to add?
I think I'll go a bit further than that. I believe that, understandably, for some more years, the universities will play a role in our kind of academic. But I'm not a big believer that academic qualifications, particularly graduate degrees, are going to solve the problem. I unfortunately don't believe in that. We've got to do it with the system until the system changes good. What I really, and again back to the Ben's point about, I think, apprenticeship, being hands-on. And I think what exactly when I speak to youngsters, what I tell them is, hack the system. When you are in college, just probably spend not more than 30% of your time getting a decent grade. And focus on gaining knowledge, but not really getting a lot of marks. What I really think the students should do is set aside significant time to get hands-on. Now, it need not be cybersecurity, any domain. We talked about whatever is the passion you have, if it's aviation or oceanography or whatever it is, space or defense, and there's so many amazing domains where you can apply AI. And the question is, do you understand AI fundamentals? I'm not talking about you trying to build the next AI foundational models, but I'm talking about tools that you can use to really leverage AI and to be able to build applications. So I would always talk about, 30% of your time on getting your grades, but significant amount of your time should be spent on actually spinning up an AWS, going into Anthropic or spinning up Google Cloud, and then be able to use some tools to get some data in, and then apply what Manu said, that curiosity, and say, okay, what is this data telling me? So all these things that Manu showed us are all open threadable feeds. Collect some of the thing, bring it in, transform it, and double down on AI. Don't apply your mind to apply critical thinking, not really write the next program. Use AI to interact and say, tell me what's going on. And then, understandably, you will understand the ecosystem better, and then you're able to learn better. And by the time you graduate, you're ready to actually either start up a business or at least go into some great companies and be able to actually start working on the ground. Our biggest challenge is it takes us a year to actually get an engineering graduate productive. Yeah. But whereas I think there's an opportunity to bring in, again, shift left and get these grads to really be industry ready by having the tools that they need to be able to munch the data, exploit AI to really build applications or to be able to explain AI. And another thing, communication, guys. I think for the students in this audience, I'll tell you, you may have the best intellectual ability, but communicate. And you got to be able to communicate the problem. And AI brings another layer of what I would call inexplainability. So AI, by default, is hard to explain. And your role should be able to explain the AI, and again, communication becomes a fundamental. So make sure that you're actually spending a lot of time reading, communicating to people, so that you're able to kind of communicate the business problem and the solution that you're building. Yeah, it's quite a lot of soft skills that you need to build rather than just academics.
I just have a question. The presentation was fantastic, very dramatic. When we are here, our president is taken away South America, right? Very interesting. So, anyway, I've been in touch with India for the last 35 years, although I moved to Silicon Valley. Every year I used to be here. I started companies, I sold companies and all that. As far as security is concerned in India, it's either all or none. That's what I found. Just no security, zero security. Everybody can just walk in breaching. On the other side, if you want to pee, sorry for my language, you have to take an OTP. Today, that's the situation today, right? We have come to that level of, security from here to here, right? That being said, fast forward to industrial control systems. I worked in industrial control systems earlier. And one of the issues there is an alarm fatigue. That means people can, like I was talking about, people can shut down your water system. People can, in a water purification plant, you can technically add more sodium hydroxide, HCl, so that you can completely poison the water. You can kill or damage 20,000 people, million people across. India, we are all highly populous country, you know that, right?
And such things are very, very imminent, and a lot of breaches have happened. And are we prepared? Is India prepared to have such industrial control systems in place to avoid such a catastrophe, given the threats we have all over the world? Look at India and its geography. Everywhere we have threat. So I will stop with that.
Okay. So I have to answer it diplomatically because I have to stay back here. But the first point, one of the challenges that we face with SCADA systems is whenever anybody wants to implement security, the showstopper is legacy systems. So if you touch it, you have to replace it. So there is a huge cost investment in that. That is why in India we have that, we call it chalta hai ya jugaad and all those things. Let it run. I'll share one, another similar story, or it's not a story, it really happened. We proposed something to one of the government agencies long time back, 10, 15 years before. Okay. Then it was a very big budget. So what the response we got is, see, right now we don't have the budget. Let this catastrophe happen, that let people die, then we will have budget, then we will allot. This is how most of the government system works. But having said that, if you look at the last 15 years, you will see a lot of changes happening. So now if you look at it, we have a dedicated organization concentrating completely for critical infrastructure, which is NCIPC, which directly reports to PMO's office. Okay, so there is a dedicated agency, and they do regular drills every year. They do a drill every sector, 4 sectors, that is north, south, east, west, and they call all the bank people, telco, oil and natural gas, all critical infrastructure. They call, they train, they do drill to check their readiness. Lot of activities are happening, but our adversaries are at a different level. So that is what I said in my presentation also. We can do a lot of things. I told you a young engineer who broke the Apple security. There is no job in India which matches his skill set. So right now he's in Europe. We have lot of people talented passing out from Kerala colleges, and then their skills are so high that foreign companies or international countries, they pick them up. So we can build an ecosystem, take India to the next level, take the technology to the next level, innovations we can do here. A lot of things are possible provided we build that ecosystem where we have initiatives like this. The one-liner is, a lot of improvements are there, but a lot of things needs to be done.
Just one question from my side. What does it take? I think Kerala, or if you look at cybersecurity as an industry, is it a growing industry? One, what does it take to have 10 leading cutting-edge cybersecurity companies to come to Kerala? I don't know if it's a chicken and egg situation. Maybe Arun and both.
Arun is the right
so what does it take to, because we have infra coming in. I think maybe 5 years down the line, infra is going to be plenty. We have talent which is available. Now, what next? I think you've been in the industry, both of you have been in the industry for over 2 decades. Now, how big is that pie? How big is the industry? How is it growing? How can this be a next big thing from an IT industry perspective?
Manu, I don't have the numbers in terms of the CAGR and things like that. I don't really track that, but maybe I can answer the second bit. And assuming I know it's a massive opportunity, and Matthew, I wasn't too sure your question is, the Indian market or the global market? It's a global market. So clearly, it's a massive, as I mentioned, the digital economy, it's a digital economy, and the fundamentals. So I'll tell you, I was in the banking capital markets before I moved into intelligence, and at the time when I speak to any of those C-level executives, and I ask them, what are your risks? And they always talk about capital risk and liquidity risk and credit risk. Nobody used to talk about cyber risk. And today, I can tell you, and as I mentioned again, I'm using my story because it's real. We don't have a single sales or marketing guy in our company, okay? And we are, a massive, we are a large company globally. That's because we don't really need to educate anyone. Evangelization is gone. Every board understands that the biggest risk is cyber risk, okay? And then understandably, they don't know what to do. So I'm sure Manu will have some numbers, but assuming it's a massive opportunity, the next question is, what do we do to bring some companies here? I think clearly we got everything going, Matthew, here. I think we got ultimately what we need is talent. Cyber is a talent warfare. The biggest scarcity in the cyber domain is talent, good people who have the ability to think, critical thinking, and having the ability to apply tooling. So I think Kerala's got it going. Our digital infrastructure has always been good. We got massive digital pipes landing in Cochin, and then clearly the digital infrastructure is great. So I think what is lacking is the leadership. The leadership is the problem. Why we need people with good leadership to set up companies here. Investors, I said, we have Temasek behind us, $220 billion, sovereign fund. So I think this only thing that's lacking here is homegrown leadership, the ability to stand up and be brave. And linking it back to the previous question, so focus the global opportunity. I would be less diplomatic than Manu around that question that Pat asked, right? Around the state of affairs in India, pretty bad. Our digital infrastructure and our digital security is so bad, except for certain areas, but the broader energy utility is pretty worrying. And at this scale, our goal of being a Vigasit Bharat by 2047 is a $30 trillion economy. We are nowhere near. And I think there are quite a lot of initiatives coming from central government, and I think we should really double down on it, and we should really, this is the time, we should really build homegrown companies and look at the global Indian market. Now, back to the other portion of your question, Matthew, there are two types of companies that we can set up in Kerala. One is software product companies like what I did, really building small but very niche companies which can actually deliver significant impact. The second is the biggest problem in this cyber ecosystem is not having managed security service providers. Now, not every enterprise cannot defend themselves. They cannot, because the enterprise have to really focus on their business to be able to, they can't develop the kind of security capabilities to be able to defend and offend. So I believe there's an opportunity, and Manu, you may have a view, and people like Manu's companies, to really build a managed security services industry from Kerala, who can actually use some of those cutting edge products, not just homegrown, but also world leading products, and to be able to deliver the services. Now, why is it important? Because as we talked about, government is definitely an area where we need to help secure. Similarly, there are small, medium businesses in Kerala. The Kerala economy is not just, or Indian economy is not just the large enterprises. There are lots of small, medium businesses who will never be able to have the security capabilities to defend themselves. So that's a real opportunity to set up a lot of managed security, and that can be, and the service industry don't really need that level of complex, technologies to, or rather skills to do that.
Yeah. So just to add to this, I'll need a volunteer just to answer a question. Anybody can answer. Let's say you are working in an IT company. There is a breach happened. Let's say your laptop is infected with a malware, or a pop-up is keep coming in. It's a breach. What are you supposed to do? Can anybody tell me? I just any one volunteer. Yeah, please. Disconnect, and then what? Maybe clean it. Okay.
Clean it, reboot. Yeah.
My point is, in India, you are supposed to inform. I'm talking from an enterprise or an organization perspective. Within 6 hours, you have to report this to Computer Emergency Response Team India. Otherwise, there is a provision to take legal action against you. So the point here is, there is a large number of compliance requirements coming in, which means there is a huge requirement for skilled companies as well as human resources that can deliver these services. The second point is, all of you are aware the DPDP Act is coming up, which means the information that is collected, that is your information which was just collected for this conference, how do you handle it? There are certain guidelines. If you don't follow it, there is a huge fine that can be levied on you. Okay, so the point here is, lot of compliance requirements are there. Only talking from the Indian perspective, you go to Europe, they have their own data security requirements. Every region has their own data security requirements. every company has to comply. Slowly, this compliance grip is going to be tightened. So there is a huge demand or a requirement for security in the industry, basically. And if you can tap it now, that's the best time.
Thank you very much, Manujan, and I think we have.
He has a question there.
Thank you. So I come from a field where cybersecurity is a norm. It's not an optional, because there are certain domains where the human-machine interaction is there, and the cybersecurity is a must-have rather than an option. But those cybersecurity is very much related to the hardware cybersecurity features. I heard a lot, or I have noticed it. I'm in Europe for the last 20 years, so I have worked with the leading cybersecurity experts in Europe, and we also have teams here. What I noticed it when it comes to the enterprise software or IT cybersecurity, India is a default place to go or to reach out the teams in India. But when it comes to the hardware security, I don't remember in my long career that we ever called any cybersecurity expert specific to the hardware in India. And I do believe it's not a niche market, it's really an upcoming market. A couple of years back, I was working with Tesla. They really forced us to implement hardware-based cybersecurity features only specific to their car. And we invested like $10 million to develop that and deliver it as part of our hardware solution. Do you see that it's happening here? Do you see that the companies or the government or the industry is working on to evolve it? Because whatever you do on the enterprise security or the software security or cyber security, if you don't have a control to the hardware, you are not providing complete end-to-end cybersecurity solution, right?
Okay, I'll answer first and then, okay. Very interesting question. Again, I'll relate it to something that happened earlier. But before that, one of the root cause of this problem is the purchasing power of we Indians. Take the example, I wanted to study networking and I want to buy a router. A good managed switch itself will cost me 30,000 rupees as of today. Let's assume an average salary of an IT engineer is 40,000. He has to spend, again, like what I said earlier, 90% of his salary he has to put. Take the example of US, how much it will cost for a person. He can, by spending at least 5% of his salary, he can get a latest hardware. So he has an opportunity to do the hardware research just because of the purchasing power. The second, the same case studies we have taken to various government agencies. Please provide us, DG set engines or, all these SCADA systems so that, we can test vulnerabilities. But government is never ready to do that because they don't want to shut down systems, because SCADA systems, as you know, are very, very delicate. You don't even do a vulnerability scanning on that. Point number one. Point number two, world's first hardware security conference started by an Indian. It is happening in two locations, one in US and one in Netherlands, Amsterdam. Okay, it is called hardware.io. So where all the hardware vendors, including the most of the car manufacturers, everybody comes, put the items for testing. The participants, they come and test and then take away. Prices are there. The point here is, right now the Indian ecosystem is not ideal to enable hardware research, but it is a very, very niche area. As you said, without hardware you cannot have 100% cyber security. You don't know what is backdoored into the PCs and mobiles that we are carrying, because there is no hardware testing happening in India. You do not know who is listening to your conversation right now. All these devices, none of them are made in India. Yes, lot of case studies I can share, but it will get into the political angle or geopolitical angle. I don't want to get into that, but lot of examples are there. Very simple one-liner is, we do not know who is listening. So if you have a TV in your bedroom, that is the only thing I can say. You don't know who is listening to what is happening or who is watching what is happening.
Yeah, I think I'll just add to it and said, yes, we missed the bus on that, and for a reason, and as Manu said. But I think we have another opportunity coming in with semicon, right? We now looks like we are going to really double down on semiconductor manufacturing in India, and it's a greenfield. And with any greenfield initiative, there's an opportunity to really go into security by design. So I think we have an opportunity. I think India is really taking semiconductors seriously because we know the supply chain impacts recently. You know, we realized that, and a lot of Japanese and Taiwanese companies are interested. So this may be an opportunity now to build that as an integrated ecosystem. So there's an opportunity there.
So there are government initiatives also. DRDO has a special unit called SITAR, which is concentrating on the chips and all those embedded circuits and all those things based out of Bangalore. So there are initiatives. Things are moving, but let's wait and see when we will reach that stage.
So we had enough of security, and I have my. So now you know who is Manu Jain. He's Manu Zakaria. He's been a brain of our conference, and he's the Antonio Banderas look. He has that, and he was the Antonio Banderas for this conference or total. And Arun Raj is a good friend of Matthew, and Matthew has recommended him. I know why he recommended him also here. So we have two brands of cyber security. Please keep in touch with them so that you can understand more. Now I request Abdul Rahman, the CEO and Director of Lulu, who is amongst us, to come on stage and honor Mr. Manu. And I'll also invite Pat Krishnan sir to please come on stage and please honor both the speakers. Lulu has been a very good organization which has been doing a lot of inspiration to. Please give it to Manu Zakaria, and please. I request Pat Krishnan sir to please give the mementos and appreciation to Arun Raj. Thank you once again.
Lulu is unveiling the next chapter in India's innovation story. Kochi, the queen of the Arabian Sea, a vibrant tapestry where heritage meets high-tech, one of the best connected cities in India by air, rail, road, metro and sea. With modern IT parks, a thriving startup scene, and a vibrant young workforce. Kochi is more than a city, it's a moment of minds. And at the heart of Info Park, after the successful launch of Lulu Cyber Tower 1 and 2, stands a new beacon of progress. The Lulu IT Twin Towers, Smart City, rising 152 meters into the sky, 30 floors in each tower. It is the largest and tallest IT towers in South India. Spread across 12.74 acres with an investment of Rs 1,500 crore. These state-of-the-art LEED Platinum certified towers span a monumental 3.5 million square feet. Designed to host more than 30,000 professionals. This is not just an infrastructure project. It's a revolution in how we work, create and connect. Step inside and discover a whole new tech world. Column-free office spaces, 67 destination-controlled elevators, 12 escalators and a fully automated robotic parking system, the largest of its kind in the world. fully secured with round-the-clock latest surveillance systems and a fully functional on-site helipad also. Work and wellness converge at Lulu Twin Towers, an oasis of green open spaces, walking trails, water bodies, elegant lobbies and reflection zones. Because a thriving mind needs a thriving space. The 4-story amenity block redefines convenience. A sprawling 2,500-seater food court, 600-seater conference hall, gourmet cafes, banks, ATMs, specialty kiosks, a well-equipped creche, gymnasium, recreation facilities, and much more. Every inch of this marvel will further transform Kochi as the most preferred destination of global tech giants. Welcome to the future. Welcome to Lulu IT Twin Towers, Smart City, Kochi, where the future works.
If you have appreciated the place, can you give a huge round of applause? We are right in the Lulu IT Towers. Now, just now Manuchayan was telling that homegrown leaders has to be there. We have a Kochi-grown, homegrown leader to speak next. May I invite Mr. Venu Gopalakrishnan for the next speech, please.
Venu Gopalakrishnan, a visionary entrepreneur who has helped reshape how the retail world experiences technology. As the founder and chief executive officer of Litmus 7 and the driving force behind Litmus AI, he has spent over 2 decades transforming how retailers use technology to engage customers, scale intelligently, and compete in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. Widely respected as a strategic technologist, his leadership blends deep industry insight with bold innovation, turning complex ideas into platforms that deliver real, measurable impact. The stage now turns to Venu Gopalakrishnan.
I hope it's good afternoon, not good morning anymore. I think I was supposed to be doing this at 12, it's 1, and I'll be boring a lot of you because I'm not going to be talking about anything that is going to be used today. So anything that I'll be talking about is for next year onwards, as in not this year, the next year, 2027 onwards. Before I start my stuff, and also a small correction, it's not Litmus 7 AI. Litmus 7 is clearly on the retail side of it, and we are on the service side of it. We manage world's some of the biggest retailers. We've been in business since 2009, so we made the biggest e-commerce transition in 2009 for Asda in the UK. There was no technology at that time, so we created it from Cochin, and that same team is with me since then. So we probably, when we were doing that transformation, we were only 300 people world over, and so everyone in retail probably is 2nd degree or 3rd degree connections to us, and we, like, I forgot your name, sorry for that. And no, Arun. So Arun said we don't have sales team, so that's the same with us. We don't have any sales team. Business comes to us because of whatever that we've done in the past. So, but 2017, when I moved to US, I've hit upon this concept of singularity, and I was quite fascinated, and I was thinking since then as to what is going to be the future of commerce, future of e-commerce. And today, we all go to the retail, we all go to the channels and then buy. But the wish that has triggered the retail action has happened in my head. And so, are my grandchildren going to be, I don't know whether I'll have grandchildren, but I have only one son. So my grandchildren are going to be shopping by typing www.amazon.com. Is that the way they're going to be shopping, or are they going to be shopping something differently? So that question led me to the singularity, and then I started a company in Israel, and then finally developed a group here, a new company which is called Deep Future Intelligence. So we don't deal with anything in that group. We don't deal anything with anything regular that you've heard so far. So we don't call AI as AI. We call it as NI. So I want to ask one question before I start, because otherwise I won't make any sense to any of you. How many of us think that AI is intelligent? I'm not going to be saying no or yes to it, but I just want to know how many of us really think that AI is intelligent. So I think 99% of the people or 98% of the people have no opinion whether it is intelligent or not intelligent. And what is the definition of intelligence? Anyone from here? Yeah.
That can have an independent thought
process. And when we look, sorry? Okay. So we say that we are intelligent species, right? I mean, by far in comparison with every other species on Earth. And why is that so? Absolutely. And there is something more to it. I mean, so you think, and then what happens? Yeah. So I'll pause there, and so that is what I'll be talking about after this. The humans are very different, and one more question or another statement is the AI that we are seeing today, does it have a human-like intelligence? So do you call the AI today intelligent? Okay, so with that, let's start. But we all know that we're not going to go back. AI is AI or whatever intelligence, and I don't like anything artificial, so, artificial is always artificial, so something has to be more like human, so neural intelligence. So whatever that is going to be the future for sure. So if I go with the convention, so AI is going to be the future, there's no doubt about it. But what flavor and what kind of AI is going to come in, and what is going to do to what is it is going to do to the humanity, which is very important. Today, that space is pretty much controlled by the big giants, Microsoft and the Googles or the all of it. I don't have to say. So I don't think we are evolving into the right world. We all love this democracy. I mean, nobody wants to be in North Korea. We all want to be in America, India, or wherever it is. That's because we feel that we are valued. And as the technology goes into some of the larger conglomerates' hands, it's a problem. I mean, because as of today, Google knows everything that more than your parents know about you, right? Very simple as that. And so likewise, the Amazon knows all about what your transactions are, and Google knows that, and then the Facebook and Instagram put together knows everything about your social. So you don't own yourself. And at the same time, humans exist in two different places, on the digital as well as physical. So it's inevitable that we cannot let go one. So let me start from there. The future from now, another 10 years from, if whatever that we are doing is going to be well enough, by ourselves, we will make sure that the humans are not going to be a single species anymore. There is going to be digital, conscious, our own representatives. So that means humanity, the human rights aspect has to be redefined. It goes to that. Now, if we move to the next slide, you are not going to be anymore in your own space. The humanity is going to be extended towards, to include AI into your part of the world. So the question of AI and security, Manu was talking about it. So it's not just in the industry space or the defense space, it is also going to be in people level. I mean, the risk is at people level. So how is that going to be handled? So I'll move on to the next slide. So this was, sorry, I was traveling and all that. I was called in for this meeting, and I didn't even prepare one single slide for this meeting. So I just used something that I presented some time back. So move on to the next slide. When we talk about models, we talk about AI, we talk about LLM and stuff like that, right? Now, why is that when I asked this question about intelligence, we were a little hesitant. I mean, so we say that human is one single, so we said, I don't say that as, thank you for giving me your name so that I'll keep referring to you now. So Aaron said, we are able to think. It's much more than that. So if you look at humans some 100 years back, we wouldn't have thought about this. What is this? We all know what it is. The space station, right? So we created this 100 years back. We didn't know how to do this. What made us do this? It's because human as a species, not talking too much, we can create new knowledge from the previous knowledge. When I say knowledge, it's a very, very different term. I mean, so the way we perceive knowledge today has to be relooked at. Now, if we have to create AI, which has to create new knowledge, then essentially you're creating a new species, because it's going to have its own conscious. I've seen some of the major professors, nobody talks about it in India, but major professors outside saying that, you know, the AI that we have, the ChatGPT or the LLM, has conscious. I mean, for me, it is stupidity to the extreme. I mean, I'm sorry for it, but that's stupidity to the extreme. It doesn't create new knowledge. You need data sets to train it. And how long will you go with that kind of an AI? But AI is not just used in the LLM space alone. There are so many other applications, so I'm not going into that. But now my conversation topic here, I can go in 1,000 different directions. That's usually me. So to correct myself, so my topic here is what is going to happen to humanity in the age of AI. So now, next slide. So the baby is first born. It cries. And why does it cry? If the baby doesn't cry, the doctor says that, I mean, it's not okay, right? Why does the baby cry? Yeah, so that you figure out, but the baby cries and the mother knows what to do. She feeds the baby. And what happens is, now you should know what is the next best action to be done as part of the DNA, as part of the process. When the baby is there, it knows what is the next best action to do. If it has got life, it cries. It doesn't understand nothing about why it is crying. It just cries because there are chemical imbalances in its body. And because the mother is intelligent, it feeds the baby. Now, when the milk goes in, the baby calms down. When the baby calms down, what happens is the first mental model got created, which is if I cry, I get stuff. That's all the baby knows. That's the foundation on which we are all sitting here. When we cry in different forms. When we cry, we grow. And so that model then became millions and trillions of different kinds of mental models in our mind. And when I speak, I don't pass data to you. When I speak, you receive so many things. The Panja Indriyas works actively. It listens those, uses those million models in your brain, and it does that computation and figures some sense out of it. Till then it makes it, so it creates a new model on the fly within your brain. And then now the best action as evolution it has to do is, it has to talk to somebody else, validate it. And that's why humans speak. So now the next set of machines that is going to come in, today you have ChatGPT, you speak to ChatGPT, and when you prompt it, it gives you an answer. And it doesn't know why it is giving what it is giving, but it's not auditable. How many of us agreed to the point that most of the LLM based responses, I mean, or ChatGPT, does it know what it says? It knows? Okay. You know, it's all up to you, I mean, to define. I mean, it's not auditable to a great extent. This works. So if, yeah. So in no time, in the next few years, humans can possess a brain of its own, which is able to grow on its own with real-time interactions. So the company that I've invented, I mean, that's it's been said as Litmus AI, which is not. So we call it a Advait. It has created that capability. So that capability is it can think on its own, and it can listen to this conversation and grow on its own. And when it doesn't understand something, it is going to talk to you. And now imagine it's not about that product or anything of that sort. What I want to talk about is humanity. What is going to happen to it? What happens when the world takes over your understanding? What happens when the world is trying to know everything about you? So that means there has to be a fundamental change that has to happen to the whole way we look at technology. And at the same time, what happens to the lady in the village who has a grandchild whose parents are passed away, and she knows that she doesn't have more years to survive, and she wants her grandkid to be in the right hands or to be in the right schools and stuff like that? And how can this technology help her? And so the way we are looking at the whole thing is, I'm cutting short most of my conversation, the way we are looking at is changing internet. And internet has to, that's the only technology which is altruistic in my perspective, which is with the greatest intent to help people and businesses. So if internet becomes your next second home, which is already a second home, and if you can exist in that internet, on that internet, and your brain works for you, and that's where the shift is probably going to happen. So the amount of consumer protection acts and so on that we are seeing will change into something called declaration of space of minds, where the machine becomes part of yours. So that is the future that we are seeing, and in that future, when it happens, you become somebody like Ravana. And what happened? Why did I say that? Is because the AI that we are talking about, the brain, it is going to be in your car, it is going to be in your phone, it is going to be in your laptop. Your devices are going to change. It is going to be everywhere that you are, and it only works for you. And if that is the case, when you are all connected, that's the new internet. And if that's the new internet, how is this going to be affecting human? And then also how is it going to be affecting the businesses? Now, just to give you a perspective on that, I mean, I'll probably wind up in the next 5 minutes. You all know, most of the girls knows what Sephora is. And so we're probably the #1 vendor for Sephora, and we manage that. And you go into Sephora store because of experiences. And at the same time, those experiences that are driving the in-store experience, like say the listening, empathy, gratification, all of that, that's not available on any of the websites. So if you take the e-commerce today and the websites today, you go into that, any of the channels, a tea wala, if a coffee shop guy has a website, like he will be listing down certain things, and even the Sephora will be listing down. There's no difference between these two businesses. It doesn't communicate the feeling or the value of a brand. And what if tomorrow's internet changes into something which is like a human? It's no more an agent, who's a deaf and dumb agent sitting in a store as what the websites are. What if it knows you? What if it recognizes you? Things are going to be changing. And now imagine that in the space of humanity, and it's, this mother is trying to cross the street. There's a car coming in and she's carrying a baby. So many things are going in her mind. If I run right now, will my son be able to run along with me? No, maybe not. So shall I stay? At this point in time, she's not looking at the car as a car or a truck or any of that. So her brain works at a very different level where she learns, and that learning now goes into this new digital brain. And now if all that happens, the learning is no more based on data sets. It's going to be in terms of what you experience, what you see, what you interact, what you learn. And the world will have to change from transacting information. So we transact data and manage information, but that will move into the next two layer, which the world has not touched, which is knowledge and wisdom. Because once you become knowledgeable, then you should be able to apply the knowledge. And if you're able to apply the knowledge, it becomes wisdom. It gets into the space of wisdom. So machines become wisdomic. Now the scene becomes very dangerous. I don't know whether Manu is here, but the scene becomes very, very dangerous. How do we handle it? That's a different story. And I think probably I'll talk to Manu. The business, now what happens to the businesses? Businesses, today you all know that there is something called enterprise. For the students, I mean, there's an enterprise architecture on which all the systems, subsystems, everything gets connected. And now what happens if that space, if you have a layer on top of it, which is an intelligent layer, intelligent enterprise layer, and if there is an intelligence enterprise layer, what happens is there is a CEO with a brain that we are talking about. There is a janitor there in that office who has also got a brain, and the collection of minds then becomes the business mind on its own. So what happened in the last season when I ran a promotion is actually known. The effect of that, that's why I said knowledge is different from information. So what happened is understood and processed, and it is kept alive. So if that is the case, you're going to be seeing, very soon you're going to be seeing in the next 15 years, the businesses will not be running the way it is run. Today it is run based on some CEOs or some board members' expertise, and that is not going to be the case in the future. And at the same time, the way consumers are going to be buying and also going to be changing. And that's primarily because of the internet is going to be changing the game. And so we look at changing the internet, not just about the brain or AI, but application of that. I think I think, so Manu was talking about the availability of servers. For the number of H100 servers that we have to procure, the kind of struggle that we have gone through, so I was laughing when he was talking about it. But we don't need it. So we don't need H100 servers to make it happen. So that's another part of it. The energy usage for such kind of things. How many of you think that the current LLM-based infra requirement is sustainable? Yeah, simple as that. So how much of petabytes and terabytes of storage your brain has? It's fucking small. It's so small, and nothing is there to beat this. So that's where it has to go, and it will go. I don't know what is in the next slide, so I'll pick it up and then see what it is. So with this I'll stop. Okay? So the way I see is it's no more an information age. That's over. It's an era of intelligence, and what we are seeing right now, the hype that we are seeing is all about intelligence in action in some form. Right now it is in a very primitive form. Very soon, very, very soon, if not us, I mean, there will be 1,000 other people who will be doing this. Very soon, we call the space that we call it as artificial general intelligence. I don't like it much, but general intelligence, that space is going to be there very soon. And when it happens, humanity is in trouble. So now the governments have to look at things very differently. And when you look at it, I'm not getting into that, but for humanity, what is going to happen is, if you split, I mean, I'm referring to the Hindu side of philosophy, so don't get me wrong for that, but it's a very nice way of putting it, so I'm using it. So we had this different yugas, I mean, Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga, right? And so there is something called dharma, which is a bull with 4 legs, and today at Kali Yuga, there's only 1 leg remaining. That's charity. Everybody, the thief understands it. Everybody understands that. You don't have to educate. If I'm stealing some money from somewhere, I will tell my God that, Lord Ayappa, I'm coming there. I'm depositing 10% of whatever I stole. Right. So you don't have to be taught. So that's there. So I like that analogy. And from that analogy, what has happened is the factor trust is completely gone. So unless and until we bring the factor called trust back into humanity, we can't progress to the next space any which ways. So that trust has to come in. And how will it happen? None of you trust anybody else, right? That's a fact. Why is that we take 20 years to make a good friend? That's because you don't trust. It takes ages to make a friendship. So there are certain aspects that drives the trust. If I go into that, that's even more dangerous. But the trust is going to be created with your own digital avatar or digital entity or whatever that you call it. And when you make that, and that is not in the control of any companies, that's why I said internet is going to be changing into the digital, into the intelligent internet space where you are the one who is holding it, not a consortium, not somebody else. So if that happens, trust is going to be there because that entity will only work for you. Now there is an old lady in the village, the earlier example, she says, you know what, she only knows that, okay, this technology could come in and make my wish come true. And then she goes to that and says, I have a kid. She's very intelligent. I have seen her. She's this, that, and all. And she talks in Odia or whichever language it is. And there is somebody else in America who probably would have said, I've gotten to the self-actualization space. And so I'm looking at helping someone, and that brain and this brain now converse, and finally arrangement is made. And the speed at which the wishes are going to be served, not your retail transactions, but the wishes are going to be served is going to be extremely faster and efficient and knowing who you are. So if my son is searching for space, he's too much into that. So if he search for space, the way the content will be, the knowledge will be delivered to him versus a physicist postgraduate or a doctorate, he searches for it, he will be seeing it very differently. That's not what today's AI is all about. So all that is going to be changed, and when that happens, the trust is enabled, and you're creating an intelligence, and in abundance of intelligence, abundance of trust, and therefore, how does this going to help the regular common man? That's because now, if you remember the pyramid earlier, I said it's about data and information, and I think Arun said data is the oil, the next best oil, and everyone's fight for it, which is true, and that's what we see between America and everybody else, and why Taiwan in problem is also something similar to that because of the chipsets. Anyways, Now, the new currency is going to be your knowledge. A farmer who is in the farm knows when to sow the seed. He knows about so many things in his circle, and he is an important character in his area, his segment. So if that is the case, his knowledge is now powerful enough to gain whatever that it is worth. So knowledge becomes the currency, and if that happens, then everything else happens. It's self-explanatory. I don't want to go into it, but the only thing that I want to say is we are entering the era of abundance. Don't read it from the technology standpoint. For the kids in the backstage, if you are the kids, I don't think any of you are kids. I mean, you're all big guys, probably more older than me. Sorry, I'm not. So if you're into that, you need to look at, it's not about learning LLM. It's about placing you into a space where what is going to be the future of technology. So technology has two kind of people, like say basically it's developers, right? I mean, you develop. So when you develop that, I mean, what is going to be happening? If AI can write it today itself, the cursor or whatever that it is, I mean, it writes, right? And I'm running an IT service company. I know that the company is going to be in trouble in some time. So what is going to be happen to the guys who are passing out now? So how do you put yourself? So that's, I'm thinking you guys are students, so therefore. So that means you need to position yourself into something more creative, more intelligent, more thoughtful. So the more you do research is more important than anything else. Your academics, like he said, I too believe his thought. Academics are important because you need to understand the concepts, but once you get the concepts, you need to start thinking about how is it going to be applied. So that means research. No guru can help you. You are going to be your own guru, and that's what it is. So when you get into it, think of this maybe. I mean, this is my perception and my perspective. It may be right, it may not be right, it's up to you, but if you ask me anything on the product or technology, I can answer. Thank you so much, and sorry to make you sleep in this evening hour. I mean, so late forenoon hours.
Thank you, Venugopalakrishnan. May I now call upon Ben John, sir, please to come on the stage and then honor Venugopalakrishnan for the enlightening us with the human touch. Before you both leave, I have one more honor to be done, because as SICCI, we doesn't want to stop with Future AI Conclave, because if it stops with Future AI Conclave, it stops there. You all will forget after some time, because AI has given a lot of information. So we are not stopping here. We are actually coming up with the next series of talks which are coming. And look, who all have actually agreed to continue the talks. One is our Venugopalakrishnan. The other person who is not on stage, but he's busy. He is actually Manu. Manu Zakaria, who will be speaking on cybersecurity and the volumes of it. And Ben John sir is looking at actually collaborating with colleges. So we'll be doing tech forums in colleges, and he is ready to do some of these things which will be spoken about in the later hours now. And we have somebody who is actually leading the TCS, that is Dinesh Sambi sir. He couldn't make it this time because his mother is not well, so he is there in Trivandrum. So I would like these two people to be here. Manu Zakaria had to be on a call urgently, so I'd like to just show you one slide of it. Can you please put on the tech forum? It will be a monthly meeting, and we'll have around whoever is coming. So I would like to urge you to go outside. There is one person sitting with a small round table there. There is a membership desk which is there, which is for SICCI. So all the tech forum, whoever wants to be part of it, please register with SICCI so that we can just let you know. It is a membership of 6,500 rupees, and we'll be able to make much more from that. So this is the tech forum. I'd like both of them to be there, because so that it will impact students and also industrialists from there. So can you? It will be a monthly meeting. We'll be letting you know soon. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, I don't want anybody to feel bad, but we need to finish off the pre-noon sessions before we finish off this one. Before I send you for lunch, we have an exciting session because I want to hear from Ben John and Pat Krishnan with a hungry stomach so that we can hear a lot more before we start dosing off. So I'd like to call upon Pat Krishnan on stage.
When enterprise technology succeeds at scale, it's because execution, architecture, and strategy move as one. Across senior leadership roles in analytics, cloud, and enterprise technology, including serving as COO at Helios and Matheson Analytics, he has built global delivery models, driven innovation, and enabled data-led business transformation. With deep expertise in product architecture and a clear strategic lens, his work consistently turns complex systems into lasting business impact. The stage is now set for Pat Krishnan.
I will not call I will not introduce Ben John, who is our inaugurator, but the inaugural session had a wonderful session by Ben John, but I'll invite the Intel Technologies Selva Kumar on stage so that we'll have the panel discussion.
In today's digital world, progress depends on how smoothly technology is built, delivered, and scaled. As a DevOps architect at Intel Corporation, he supports large enterprise engineering platforms and leads continuous integration, continuous delivery, and developer experience initiatives across global teams. By building secure, standardized systems and intelligent operations, he helps organizations move faster without losing reliability. Beyond the enterprise, as co-founder of Quantus Mindtech GmbH and the German-Indian Business Alliance, he enables cross-border digital collaboration and ecosystem growth. Recognized as an Indo-German young leader, his work bridges technology execution with business and community development. Joining us next, Selva Kumar.
So they will be talking about startups, innovation, and ecosystems. So I'll give it to Ben John, sir, to open up.
Okay. So startups is an exciting topic. I think I met a couple of founders as well. And, Indian IT initially started growing as a services-based ecosystem, right? You probably remember the days of Infosys and Wipros, growing. And I remember the days when Infosys went to the public company trading, like everybody was like, wowing like how quickly that was growing back in the days. Then, it was my wish, Indian companies would start building products and creating in global markets. And especially in the last 10, 15 years, I would say a lot of products coming out of Indian markets, touching globally. The companies like Zoho and Freshdesk, and so there are great companies coming out. I think the question here is, now it's the next phase of growth and innovation. You heard from multiple speakers today, what we saw from the scale of internet, now it's going to be the scale of AI. So the question is, what are the opportunities and what are the threats? That's, this is not a prepared question, it's more of an open conversation. So I want to kick it off with sharing your perspectives of what are the opportunities, what are the threats, what are some of the takeaways. Either they're existing startup founders or they have an ambition or some curiosity to start something. What's your perspective on that?
Can I start? Am I audible? First of all, thank you very much for hosting this wonderful event. It's a pleasure to be with experts, eminent personalities next to me. So I'm being working with Intel. How am I relevant to startup? That probably would be the question for many of you. Basically, just to introduce myself, I'm a software professional technologist since last 2 decades, working in multiple countries. Besides that, I'm a social person, building communities. I built German-Indian Business Alliance. Basically, I bring Indian companies to Germany, enable the business collaborations between India and Germany. While doing this, I partner with the startup Tamil Nadu to set up their desk in Germany and started interacting with a lot of startups from Tamil Nadu who want to scale up in Germany. So started understanding how the Indian startup ecosystem is being built, what are the challenges they are facing, how are they approaching, what's the difference between, or when you compare with German ecosystem, how they are dealing with various aspects in the startup world. That's how I bring the knowledge in this world. So based on my experience living in Germany, building the AI system myself, and also interacting with advising some startup bidirectionally, India and Germany, what I can see is I think none of the speakers touched on the AI bubble so far in this conference, which is actually very much real. 85 to 90% of the AI companies are failing, unfortunately, because various reasons. The product market fit or cost burns and various reasons, right? So if you look at the Indian AI ecosystem, more than 40% are building simply the wrappers on top of LLMs. And sooner and sooner, they are being replaced by the very own corporates who are building the LLMs. So this is the hype. I think we should come out of it. This is the bubble that we all should come out of it. We have to build a strong deep tech companies, startups, and that I see a big gap in Indian ecosystem. Whereas I spoke about 90% of them are failing. If you look at the German ecosystem, in the last 1 year, there are about 200 plus AI companies started in the city I'm living in, Munich, and 90+% of them are successful. How is it happening? What's the difference between the Germany and the rest of the world? It's because they know where their strength relies on, right? They focus more on the problem solving than jumping into the hype, looking into the LLMs, prompting, all those things. Of course, they are important, but they focus very much on their strength, and that's where they are playing. So innovation, problem solving, AI is not the problem. AI is the kind of a helping tool, so to say. Yeah. So I would say that Indian ecosystem must think to come out of the bubble and deeply, invest in the deep technologies like the robotics or the semiconductor that is booming. That's a very good interest, the sector to be in. So this is my takeaway, where living in Germany, how India could learn from Germany.
I think what I'm hearing and understanding is, you just don't solve your own idea. Oh, I have a wish, I just want to start a company. Do that as a side project if you want, but try to understand the real world problem and make sure you're solving a problem and who are the users, stakeholders, and consumers, and align towards it. One thing with the AI and the technologies, and you can start a company or an idea across multiple industries: manufacturing, retail, food processing, electronics. It doesn't need to be only like online technology idea. So that's the difference, especially when it comes to India, the IoTs, like all the devices, connectivities, and how consumers are using devices and all is growing very, very much. And let's talk about healthcare. Healthcare and India is something much needed. And India is definitely developing countries, especially in the healthcare. What's your thoughts on AI and healthcare and startup, other opportunities? What do you think?
Sure. Check. Yeah. Hey, first of all, thanks a lot for honoring me here by SICCI. And I'm in God's own country, as Ben said. So you are the God's whisperers, I will assume. Okay. And with that said, my background is I'm an electrical engineer by trade, and then moved into drug development, about 10 years back. And what I saw was actually, right, so I saw something fantasy to reality. Okay, when you come to drug development, healthcare, it's a very different take altogether. And when you want to even do a startup on that, okay, I would like to say one thing, startups don't die of starvation. They die of indigestion. Let me repeat. Startups don't die of starvation. They die of indigestion. It's because they're looking at every problem that they want to solve in the world, obviously, as you rightly said, and that doesn't work in a startup mode. It has to be razor focused, very sharp. Coming back to healthcare, okay, one of the most neglected healthcare stuff in India especially is drug development and building an IP portfolio for the drug development process. For decades, we have not been able to develop any IP in that area. Okay, so that's one of the things that I think where the ecosystem is very poised for us to do that. Why is it difficult for India to have an IP portfolio of drug development? 3 reasons. One is regulatory, number one. Number one, high cost, long gestation cycles. You spend $1 billion, work for 8-10 years, and get a drug, and then you have to commercialize it. So nobody in this room will have the patience to hold their stomach. Neither the investors nor the government. So the total pharma industry, biotech industry in India is about probably $130 billion, no, 150. I'm being generous here, okay? And in the US, it's about multiple trillions of dollars, okay? The reason is they have an IP portfolio that we don't have it here. And today, the AI technologies have become a panacea for us actually, for our ecosystem, where you can employ the AIs, where you can reduce the time to bring out a drug, number one. The cost of the drug can be reduced drastically. Number 3, very important, 50% of the drugs fail in the phase 3 clinical trial. The failure rates can be reduced completely. If these 3 can be addressed by AI, which it is addressing today, I think we can build an IP portfolio, and that's very important. And building an IP portfolio is what is needed for India at this point in time. For example, if you look at imaging technologies, that's one of the technologies that's emerging out, okay? If you look at imaging technologies, early cancer detection. I mean, there's an Indian company, it's a unicorn, almost like a unicorn, called Cure AI, QURE.ai. You can go Google it, okay? It's one of the top unicorn companies which is able to detect early cancer, lung cancer and one other cancers actually, okay? And they're well poised for an IPO in the next 2-3 years. So this is a unicorn, started about 5 years back. And they are right there poised to do that. And they have gotten FDA approvals for that also. So FDA approval is a huge thing. And also the Indian regulatory approval is a monumental effort. But the AI will help do the regulatory and compliance in a much better way. That means the governmental regulations have to change right now. That's a key thing, and that will change. And these are 2 main areas in healthcare that I would like to propose for India to basically go ahead and start up something.
Great. And I would turn it over to you about technology. Back in the days prior to 2000, if you want to start a company, you got to think more like a brick and mortar business. You need to have physical presence and people and ideas and all those physical stuff. Then businesses start moving into online much, much faster and easier. Of course, there was a bubble. We all know that. Some of us are part of it. And now, building a technology-based business, anything that you do a business, you have a technology aspect to it. But building a technology was more and more complex. You need to have UX designers and engineers and DevOps and infrastructure folks and physical hardware and all those things. Now in the era of AI with vibe coding and automation, the skills are getting blended. And what do you see and how do you see this more opportunity as well as a threat, and what advice you have for any of the startup founders or people who are looking to take an idea from 0 to 1 and quickly validate?
I think the best thing, again, I would like to draw the German experience actually. If you look at how Germany is growing in terms of building the successful startups, it is the ecosystem. It's not individually, I start up something, I build, solo may work, but it is not always working, right? You need an ecosystem, a strong ecosystem backing the startups, be it the big corporates and governments, industry chambers, and institutions. Everybody should be together. If you look at the 200 companies I mentioned in Munich area, 142 plus companies are supported by Daimler and the big Daimler-like companies in that region. Any sector you take, you have a center of excellence, and you have the corporate and all the ecosystem players, and you don't feel like you need a specific expert in your startup, because a startup you need to be very, very agile, and these days with the AI, you don't need so many people actually, right? So the ecosystem is the key, and everybody who are thinking of setting up something, don't sit alone at home. Come out and look out for incubations or the center of excellence. There are so many corporate programs. I think Microsoft is definitely one of them, supporting startups. Yeah, so I see it this way: a collaboration, ecosystem, be part of the ecosystem, or the key thing for startups to be successful.
Yeah, that's a good one, and I would connect that back to what you said and what the previous speaker rightfully said. Connecting technology to human problems. At Microsoft, we publicly announced, you heard about AGI and ASI and all those things. We believe in humanist superintelligence. How do you solve and leverage AI solving human problems? And, if you are an youngster willing to start a startup, yes, dream big, think about running your company and publicly traded in NASDAQ and all those things. But at the same time, see who you're solving it for. Who are going to be your users, what problem you're solving, and with a focus. I think the focus and the long-term vision is one of the things making 90 plus startup companies fail. I built and scaled startups. I started my own company when I was 18, and we all learned from it. And you built and scaled so many companies, and you rightfully mentioned about starvation versus indigestion on that. That is a good one to remember. What's your advice? Because what I'm seeing is when people start building a company, that's so much easier. Anybody can start overnight today, but they think like, oh, they want to make money immediately. Right? Money is important. That is not the only motivation when you start a company. You got to have a passion and whatnot. So my suggestion always is like, if you don't have the appetite to run this for 5 to 10 years. Like you heard, you've got to start thinking about 2030 and 2035. It's not like I start now, how can I make money, or, I exit and be a millionaire by next year. So that kind of a mindset is increasingly we're seeing it. So what's your advice on the focus and the execution and the longevity for startup founders these days?
It's a good point. Can you hear me? Yeah. It's a good point. As I said, startups are to be razor focused, okay? But the problem is, people say pivot. I would say don't pivot. It's like a sailing, Wherever the wind blows, you will sail. You have to sail. A clear-cut example is Slack. Slack built their model. A company called Slack, you know that, right? They built their model for gaming. But they didn't, in fact, they didn't go into gaming. During the gaming time, they found that people were chatting, between each other, strategies, private chats, all kinds of chats. They turned the product around into an enterprise scale chat or any kind of a normal chat product that you could have. And they built on top of it, right? It's a very, so you really do not know what the consumer wants. It's consumer mind is very, very, very difficult to find out, okay, honestly. So you don't need to pivot, you need tack, it's because sailing. And then what happens actually is, you think this is the problem, right? And the customer understanding of the problem is not there. Because you always try to build a tool and you look for, you have a hammer and you look for a nail all the time. That doesn't work, okay? In a startup environment, you have to listen to customers. That's why in Bay Area, when we go and look for funding, they will ask, do you have a referenceable customer? Have you done a pilot somewhere else? Or do you have a referenceable customer whom I can call and say, hey, if they build this product, would you buy that? Okay. And the customer would be a reference for you. Because that's exactly how the ecosystem works out there, okay, in the Bay Area. So focus is very important, but you need to sail and see where the wind blows at the point in time. Two other things, right, we should do. People talk of ROI, okay, immediately, okay, what is ROI and all that. I wouldn't even worry about ROI. I wouldn't worry about if there is enough market space, if it's a little bit of white space is there in that canvas, you just go hit at it. You have to try multiple different things before you can end up in something that is really creating value for the customer. And that will be told by the customer. You will find it out as part of the discovery. That's what I found.
That's great. And since you touched the customer, one thing I learned, and I also say, listen to the customers, but don't follow the customers, right? Because they'll probably take you somewhere and you got to go with your own gut and pivot. With that, let's open up for questions to the audience, if you have any questions. I think the first question will be, when will be the food, right? I think that's coming. Any questions from audience? Yes, please.
So my question relates to intellectual property, IP, right? So now that everyone has access to information, all the patents and everything, and it's not very difficult to reverse engineer some invention. So how are inventors going to solve this problem, right? The IP defensibility, the moat, the timeline keeps shrinking. From the time you have a patent or you have an IP to someone copying it and making it better, the time is shrinking. So how does an inventor solve that problem?
Yeah, my opinion is the government regulations, legal, regulatory are still catching up, which I think we're going to talk about in this afternoon. So EU has a EU AI law. India, I think November 2025, they passed it like India AI emissions. It's more like a guidance. I think it's still catching up. It's still like open-ended. It's anybody's game. So my two cents is like, if you have an idea, just go for it. Don't wait for IP, but definitely follow the IP process, get the patent. But I think it has to be figured out in parallel. Any other thoughts?
Patent depends on the industry that you are in. I have about 5 patents on cybersecurity. And sorry to say, Microsoft has done one product on that, actually one of them. And you can see it in my LinkedIn thing. Okay, anyway. So point is, I cannot fight Microsoft. So tech patents are a little bit tough actually at this point in time. That's my understanding, to go after big companies or even, for example, iPhone was a brand owned by Cisco, not by Apple, right? And Apple arm twisted Cisco to give that iPhone. There was an arrangement and that's how they did it, okay? So, but when it comes to pharma, it's very different. Pharma, is very well protected IPs, very well protected. And there is a PCT consortium, there is some kind of an agreement that they cannot breach the patent. Okay, so which is why pharma patents, biotech patents are worth a lot. I know one company where Biogen paid about $1 billion, $1.2 billion, because they thought that this company has breached, they have breached one of the companies, the other company's name is Forward Pharma. They had the same patent in multiple sclerosis, and Biogen is a market leader in multiple sclerosis, and they thought they infringed on them, and they, even when the lawsuit was going on, they paid them $1.2 billion, settled them out, okay? Found that they actually didn't breach the patent, okay? But then the Forward Pharma company did just preclinical stuff, not even any, they were not even a clinical company. So they got paid a ransom. So there you go. IP is very key for a pharma or a biotech company.
Thank you. Let's go for one more question. All right. I like the awkward silence. I think everyone is ready for the food. Okay.
So really, I think Selva's got some domain expertise in AI software development in Germany, and Pat has got some biotech patents. Pat has got biotech patents, so that's cool. Can you show some startup ideas for the people here in terms of maybe biotech, in bringing AI to develop biotech products? Or maybe you can talk about what AI products do you think can be developed for the German market based on your just common sense understanding?
So like I said, right?
Both of you. Yeah, both of you.
I'll start, yeah, okay. So like I said, it's not AI problem that you're solving. It's something that, what is the key problem that Kerala has? What is, in your day-to-day life you are facing, and how you can solve that with AI? That's how I think we have to think. Germany has a different problem to solve. Kerala has a different problem to solve. And from my perspective, you have a very strong talent pool, and also the agri and rubber, tourism, or the key sectors I see, or the food and the financial sectors as well. So I think in these areas, how you can innovate. I heard somebody mentioning that how can we control the crowd in Sabarimala? That's a fantastic idea, I would say. So the real use cases we need to take and solve that with AI. AI, don't just look at the LLMs, look at the vision, imaging, and many other aspects of the AI. Come out of the bubble and create something meaningful. Yeah.
Through your India-German business alliance, do you think you can give some people a launchpad to the German market?
Absolutely. This is what we are actually doing. We have a startup desk in Germany, and also we are setting up Indo-German Innovation Corridor in Coimbatore. It's going to be inaugurated this week, Saturday, I think. So what we are envisioning is to bring up the startup that really has a validated idea, and they are very serious about scaling up their product across multiple markets in Europe, and we will be able to support them, in terms of educating them how they can scale up, how they can prepare for Germany market, be it the templates or knowledge, and also we connect the German partners who are the ecosystem enablers in Germany. We connect with the innovation corridor, and we help the startup companies to really prepare for the German market. Yeah.
That is so great. That is awesome. Can you share a web page or a phone number that people can connect?
So we are doing it together with SICCI,
okay,
and
sure.
you will be definitely able to get it also from SICCI website, and I can share my, you can search in Google German Indian Business Alliance, you will get my website as well.
Super. Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to Pat.
So on the, we have an organization called ATEA. It's called American Tamil Entrepreneurs Association out there in the US. And we have, we incubate companies. We have cross-border relationship with Tamil Nadu. I can extend it right here to Kerala also, okay? Because we have done that. I can bring that in here. And then I'm part of ATE again. And for the healthcare stuff, the easy, not the easy startup, I would say the viable startups are imaging startups in this area. So 2 areas are very emerging. One is the Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and dementia. Cardiovascular problems have been solved over the last 30, 40 years. That being said, people have to die anyway, right? So how will they die? They have to die having neurological problems. And these neurological problems, the problem is the healthcare costs are very high for neurological problems. And the support system is very high. It puts a lot of burden on the family, puts a lot of burden on the caretaker, and also on the healthcare system. So any startup on early detection of Parkinson's / Alzheimer's, a little difficult problem to solve, but there are multiple imaging techniques that one can use. I will give you a clue. One is hyperspectral imaging. Try looking at hyperspectral imaging that actually can, or shortwave infrared. These are 2 technologies where it can penetrate basically at least 5 to 10 mm into your skin, and then take an image that can technically reveal huge things. Today, hyperspectral imaging is only done in surgical level. If it can be brought into a handheld device and things like that, that will be a massive innovation across the globe, let alone Kerala.
So just to add one more thing, so ITEF, he mentioned, GIBA, so we are all well connected with SICCI. We run the international desk in Germany, US, and other locations, and SICCI is the local partner who deal with the local government and industries. So they help us to connect with the local government. So it's a very well-connected ecosystem that SICCI is building. I have to thank SICCI for that. Just one more thing I want to add, when you asked about the projects that we can collaborate with us. So I'm also, we had some discussions about, security is being so critical, and Anshul was saying that, if you don't have hardware security, you don't know what you are securing. Nobody can guarantee that. So to address this problem, we have an initiative, and we are bringing up, a focused startup to solve this hardware problem. Open innovation, RISC-V based semiconductor chip design setup is something that we are building in Germany as well as in India. And I welcome anybody who has the knowledge in semiconductor design area, or if you have interest, we can collaborate on that space. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, audience, and thank you, panelists. I'll just welcome Mr. Rajesh Nair to the stage, and Mr. Akhil and Advocate Laji onto the stage to honor these guests. May I ask Akhil to honor? Please come onto the stage, please. Akhil is my co-chair. He is the man behind Driver Logistics, and he's been instrumental in bringing SICCI to Kerala. So may I request Akhil to honor Ben John. Please. May I ask Mr. Laji to honor Pat Krishnan. Laji, is an advocate by profession, but he has invested into a couple of companies, and he is also the instrument why we are sitting here, because he has suggested the place. He only called up Thomas sir and got Lulu management moving and getting this place done. Thank you, Laji, and thank you. And this is my long-lasting friendship with Rajesh Nair. He's been instrumental in giving me all the confidence to take up this role as chairman of SICCI. And may I request Rajesh Nair to honor himself. Thank you, and it is time for lunch. And we will have a very working lunch rather than a long lunch. We don't want to sleep after the lunch. So a beautiful arena for lunch is ready. The food is ready. Please, on the first floor, please walk down, network, have food, and come back for even more better stuff. There is a beautiful lunch arena. There is food ready. Please go there, enjoy the food, and come back by 2:30. That is, we have around 25 minutes to have our lunch.
And now,
and we can close
Lulu
by the
is
time.
unveiling the next chapter in India's innovation story. Kochi, the queen of the Arabian Sea, a vibrant tapestry where heritage meets high-tech, one of the best connected cities in India by air, rail, road, metro and sea. With modern IT parks, a thriving startup scene and a vibrant young workforce. Kochi is more than a city, it's a moment of minds. And at the heart of Info Park, after the successful launch of Lulu Cyber Tower 1 and 2, stands a new beacon of progress. The Lulu IT Twin Towers, Smart City, rising 152 meters into the sky, 30 floors in each tower. It is the largest and tallest IT towers in South India. Spread across 12.74 acres with an investment of Rs 1,500 crore. These state-of-the-art LEED Platinum certified towers span a monumental 3.5 million square feet. Designed to host more than 30,000 professionals. This is not just an infrastructure project. It's a revolution in how we work, create and connect. Step inside and discover a whole new tech world. Column-free office spaces, 67 destination-controlled elevators, 12 escalators and a fully automated robotic parking system, the largest of its kind in the world. Fully secured with round-the-clock latest surveillance systems and a fully functional on-site helipad also. Work and wellness converge at Lulu Twin Towers, an oasis of green open spaces, walking trails, water bodies, elegant lobbies and reflection zones. Because a thriving mind needs a thriving space. The 4-story amenity block redefines convenience. A sprawling 2,500-seater food court, 600-seater conference hall, gourmet cafes, banks, ATMs, specialty kiosks, a well-equipped creche, gymnasium, recreation facilities, and much more. Every inch of this marvel will further transform Kochi as the most preferred destination of global tech giants. Welcome to the future. Welcome to Lulu IT Twin Towers, Smart City, Kochi, where the future works.
defense and cyber security. And so now we have a fireside chat after we are in the AC. We'll see how the fire will kindle us once again. I have Mr. John of Laza Ice Creams, and you tasted the Laza Ice Creams. Now we'll see what he can explore from Ben John on the fireside chat. Thank you, Ben John, once again. Please, he's our main resource, so we'll make use of him. He needs to write back soon, so we'll make use of him once again. Thank you, Ben John. And John, please.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor means Dr. Thomas Nechipadam, but we all affectionately just call him Doctor. And as Ben in the morning rightly said, there's a doctor, there's an ice cream guy, these are the guys who are heading up the AI conclave. But this is the reality. Whoever takes this, takes the pie. We are scheduled for 40 minutes, but we'll keep it a little bit short because we are running short on time. Also, Ben and his brother needs to drive back. This topic we have been given is a little bit boring. It's not the right one for after lunch. But it is AI policy, regulation, and responsible innovation. So it's going to cover some of the things that, frankly, I think is what some policymakers would like to hear. In terms of what should be the safety guardrails, what should be going to the enabling environment for Kerala to flourish as an AI in the AI space. That's the boring side of it, but also I'm hoping that Ben would throw something exciting into it. Ben has got a plan along with Microsoft, to do business incubation centers, wherein they can mentor young people, give them 1 or 2 years of skilling on how to do startups, how to run businesses, things like that, and we'll give the business problem statements. And also, once you finish the 2 years, you will actually get a chance from Microsoft to seed into your product, right? They have a concept like that worked out for Tamil Nadu, and we are hoping that he would do it in Kerala also. So probably, just to keep your excitement up, we can touch upon that as well.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, great. So let's start with policy and frameworks and that kind of thing. So if Kerala government were to decide that Kerala needs to be a leading hub, it makes sense because Kerala large industries will not flourish because we have a very delicate ecosystem and high population density. But this is a space where we can naturally thrive because we have a highly intelligent, highly globally connected workforce. We have, like somebody said, the internet gateways are coming right into Cochin, so we have the bandwidth. So what can the government do to attract investments here or facilitate our local AI companies?
Yeah, I think there are 3 things, in my opinion. First one is skill, right? It's a marketplace problem, right? If you go to any academic institutions, they say, oh, we are not able to place students, so we need jobs. And when you go to the companies, what we say is, to be honest, we are not able to find the right talent.
True.
So there is a gap, and there is this dilemma between the academic and industry. So you need to have a skilled talent. And companies don't have the patience to hire and groom. We need people yesterday. Because let's say if you have an idea and the person willing to start, they need the work to start right away, right? So the skill and the timely skill is very important. The second thing is infrastructure. So happy to see this space and infrastructure, right? It used to be a big challenge, but this is not an issue anymore. But there are cities not to be named with traffic issues, right? So you expect engineers to show up on a meeting, they're stuck with the traffic. The other countries, it's very hard. So you need to have the right infrastructure. People can work in a peaceful, happy, innovation happens with the right thing. So that's the second thing, you need to have the right infrastructure. And the third and most important thing, where certain governments are successful within India and some countries are successful in India, and the speed of execution and the decision making. You cannot have bureaucracy. So when corporates come in, for companies, it's like time is money. Right. So they need to make faster decisions. Of course, no kickbacks. Right? Everything has to be straightforward. So you got to get speed in execution. If these 3 things come together very well, I think there is an opportunity. And I've seen government officials travel all the way to states and other countries to meet with leaders like us to pitch in and showcase the infrastructure, showcase the talent, and whatnot. I think that is also, nobody is going to come here just by themselves. The government has to make an effort to send people to those conferences, to those places, to those leaders, and building relationship. That's what I mentioned this morning, affiliations. Kerala government and some of the senior people and some of these organizations, SICCI and all, had to be traveling and influencing the market there.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you. Let's drill down a little bit further into this. So first you said about skilling, right? So also in the morning sessions, people said it's really a flat world. It's a knowledge economy. It's a curiosity-driven economy. So if somebody is curious, they can study, just get on the internet and study. But again, if the government were to do something about it, what kind of topics, or what kind of, is it Python, or is it hardware, is it semiconductor technology, or what kind of areas do you think the skill sets should be built up in?
So I think the theoretical skill set is no longer enough, right? Okay. So anybody can pick up technology or any topics, and quickly learn. But the problem is application skills. Okay. Right? Okay. So, Indian education system is more based on memorization and, covering the subjects. There is a deeper knowledge. In education, it's called mastery. How many people are mastery on a certain topic is very, very bad, and I don't think it's there. So we need to train our kids and our students to become master. You don't need to know everything. If you know few things, you know it really, really well. That is the gap that I see. So that's the mastery of the area of expertise. The second one is practical applications. That's what we talked about very openly. Right. Kids go to college. First year I think we should let them free. Right. They should enjoy the first year of college. They probably go through the tough secondary education and whatnot. First year, and both the university and the college and the parents should think about, I would say in my opinion, there are 4 areas or 4 buckets. One, the kid may go further abroad for the studies. Some people say I need to study, whether it's abroad or here, that's totally fine. Right. The second one is I need a job. Right. The third one is I want to be an entrepreneur. Right. The fourth one is an interesting one. I don't know what I want, I just want to enjoy life. That's fine. Right. They have that background, and let them have. And some people go into sports, some people, do a lot of activities. I think that is the key thing, whether it is going to be very certain or not, identify the target. You finish college and you come out of the college, then you run around for the job, or then you think, oh, somebody is going to say, oh, that friend is going for this master study, I'm going to go there. Oh, my neighbor's son went for this abroad, I'm going to go there. You're going to confuse yourself. Yeah. Why don't you think about this from year one? You may not get it right. So then based on that bucket that you're in, if you're an entrepreneur, connect with SICCI, go shadowing, go work in the weekends. So build that practice. So what do you do after 3 o'clock? Nothing. Play cricket, probably watch reels and run around. Work 4 days, 4 hours a day and 2 hours. So that application, I am publicly saying, we have to break the bridge of universities, academic and application. The industries can run within the universities.
Right. So this ties in with the second part of what we want to discuss. Do you want to take it now or a little later?
Sure, let's touch that.
Okay, so he also works with Microsoft to do this business incubation program, to do exactly what he was just talking about, to help kids build up that skill set and early exposure to the business environment. And if they do, in the process of it, if they come up with good workable business ideas, we can even find people to fund it. Would you like to talk a little bit about this?
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea is, it started with me, when I started my business when I was 18, I was able to study and run my business, right? Wow. Because, studying is I kind of reverse engineer how to get good marks. Once do that, all I did was just playing cricket from 3 o'clock till probably 9 o'clock at night until the dark hits. Right? So then first year, that's what I did. And it was sound boring. Yeah. Then I realized what I'm going to do, what type of jobs. So that's the first question I keep asking. If I study these papers or if the subjects, what is going to be my job? Right. And connecting that and looking at the industries. So let's say you walk into a company, let's walk into Laza Ice Creams. You have finance team, you have sales team, you have marketing team, you have social media team, you have engineering team, you have inventory management team. So these are all the people with different skills.
Yeah.
You walk into university, they have all of these people.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
Between MBA and BCom and Viscom and production engineering, electrical engineering, and they can assemble as a team, as a company, and start building products.
Wow.
And they can do both their own ideas of incubation as well as get the work from companies like outside. So these companies can build an infrastructure within the university campus. What do you do with all this space? After 3 o'clock, it's empty. You can utilize that infrastructure, you can utilize the talent and start building incubation products. And we have done that with a couple of universities in Tamil Nadu. It's really successful. I mean, that was my 4 buckets I talked about this morning: academics, affiliations, advancement, and I forgot one more. So if you do those 4 for the 4 years, you come out as a beautiful product.
Wow.
So do that hands-on, affiliated with companies like that. So the companies get closer, and companies also can run their teams within these campuses.
Right, so this is great. So I'm sure, yeah, like you said, so there'll be some kids who just want to have fun. Maybe even in the group here, there are, I think, at least close to 50 students, college students. So if they want to get involved in something like this, will we be visiting their college? Will we be signing MOU with their colleges? So that
and we'll connect with the industry folks. We'll establish a mentorship program.
Right.
It may sound too good to be true,
Right.
but it's been implemented very practically. Not everybody can do this. You
Right.
know? So let's say if there are 200 students, maybe 20 students will work out. That's totally fine.
Right.
That's totally fine.
Right. So that's great. I hope you guys are taking notes. We'll probably be reaching out to the colleges that you guys came from and talking to your leadership and seeing if we can work out this MOU. If it is true and if it does work out, then it's great. And like you said, I mean, there are still good people in the world. Because why would anybody want to spend their time and effort and money to develop kids, right? We got better things to do in life. But this is just our way of Microsoft and Ben giving back to the society, and so that's what it is. So we appreciate that the human side of you.
Selfishly,
Ben.
I think these are the people going to be our doctors and pilots and tax accountants.
The future leaders of our country. Maybe
and they're going to
Microsoft
manage my bank. So I want better be them good than just cocky.
Right. So thank you for that. So we'll be coming to your colleges soon. So now the second point you said was infrastructure, right? So infrastructure means you said you want to plug and play infrastructure, you want easy clearances. But for AI, don't you think it's also, compute power is also an important thing, isn't it? From what I understand, there's a huge fight all over the world to get these NVIDIA chips, the GPUs. How do you think government can facilitate it? Do you think we need server farms, or like a computer on lease, compute power on lease kind of a thing?
Yeah, I mean, look, if Kerala government has that kind of infrastructure and attract, I think that conversation has to happen at the very, very senior level.
Okay.
Because it needs electricity, it needs water, it needs power,
for cooling,
it needs,
right.
all of those things. And not just within India, the entire world, a lot of countries are competing for that thing, because that capital investment will stay longer for multiple years, if not generations of wealth and whatnot. Yeah.
Right. What kind of an investment would you be thinking about?
I think depending upon the size, right? Because electricity is a major one, water source is a major one.
Right.
And
this is for cooling, water is for cooling.
Right, exactly. And also depending upon the sizes, these days, companies run SLMs and they don't want to outsource or leave the data to too much outside. So they wanted to, smaller companies want to attract. It all depends on how much appetite that the government and the industry has,
Right.
and based on that, you can reach out to the right targets.
Right. So server farms, that's one thing. Then, of course, typically all the companies will have their plug and play. Like Lulu, this is a tower that's pure plug and play. Everything is right here.
Yeah.
So we have spaces like that coming up. So that takes care of that. Then let's talk about some guardrails, misuses of AI, and what sort of things should be there in the policy to prevent that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I touched a little bit. So we talk a lot about security. He scared all of us, but we have to trust some aspect of it, and also definitely question everything. So leaving security aside, you should always think about privacy and personalization are two sides of the pendulum swinging. So if I give more data, so for example, I walk into Marriott Hotel, if they know all about my preferences, right? What kind of food that I eat, what type of bed that I would like to sleep, what type of greeting that I would like to have, then I'll get a personalized treatment. When I go there, hello Ben, she's like, how do you know my name? Right. You know, this literally happened in Bangalore when I was traveling, getting out of the airport. There are 3 black dressed people came and just grabbed my suitcase and running behind me and took it for me. Like, I was like scared. Who are you?
Right.
And they were just walking so fast. I was like, stop, guys! You're grabbing my bag and just dragging me literally. I didn't do anything. Right. I was literally scared. They said like, no, sir, we are checking you in. I'm like, dude, I'm at the airport. What do you mean checking in? Right. So they did a check-in of my hotel room check-in right at the airport.
Wow.
And how do you know me? They said like, we know everything about you, sir. Right? So basically you get personalized service.
But it's scary, yeah.
It is scary. But a lot of people are willing to give more personal information to get personalized information.
Right.
A lot of back in the days when you log in, giving your username and password and address and whatnot, people were like scared of doing it. The more and more they see the web follows you and give you targeted, personalized content, people are willing. On the other side, so privacy is a very, very responsible act. So let's break this into 2 parts. As a user, you got to read the policies, understand which companies that you are using. There are so many scammers out there. As much as all the good things we talked about, I was telling Manu, can you please do something to shut down all these scammers from India? Sometimes late night I watch these YouTube videos, how these scammers get caught, but it's kind of shameful. Right. Good news, South India is like much better.
Right.
But India is all for us since one. There is so much innovation happened. There are so many talented people coming out of this country. But bunch of scammers, I publicly say this, like it's a shame. They're stealing money. People like those who are senior citizens and life savings are gone. That's shameful. But leaving that aside, right? So people are scared of giving the privacy. So as a user, now you're all technologists and learners and whatnot. Do trust but verify. Which companies that you're using, how are they using it? There is policies. When you give one username, password, do what is best for you to save and protect. For example, with LLMs and AI, I have my personal bot. I upload all my medical history. I have all my bank information loaded. I have all my personal travel information loaded. So think of an assistant just following me all the time. Right. So all I do is like talk to my bot and make decisions, and it helps. You saw the picture that was talking about your memory and whatnot. So it helps me, but there is a risk I'm taking. So I'm making it best use of the right product, right bot, and right way of doing it. So as a user, my guidance is trust but verify. But don't sit back and worry about, oh, this is going to eat everything, I'm going to lose everything. There is a risk. There is a lot of identity thefts that's happening. With a single ID, people are stealing the entire life savings. I know this is a first-hand information. I know people, those who are my friends, that happen.
Wow.
Right? So even in America, this is happening. But so be responsible as a user, trust but verify. But let's switch gears to the enterprise.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sure. Okay, go ahead.
So let's switch gears to now you're a company. You have to be responsible for. Right. So let's say you're giving username and password or doing a search. User was searching with like 10 or 15 words and giving information. But now all this conversational bot, what we think is, it is like your personal diary. You're having a continuous conversation. Hey, I'm going here, what should I eat? Hey, I'm driving here, what is the shortest distance? Hey, I'm having a headache and what should I eat? Hey, so users are having lot of information is getting good. And that's why companies are investing so heavily into the privacy policies, responsible AI, ethical, safety. Right. For example, kids are asking suicidal questions.
Right.
And there is a process, those type of questions gets immediately triggered to the organizations. They call these kids and these people, triggering the alarms. There is so much happening in the safety, privacy, regulation space. Companies like Microsoft, we invest heavily. Okay. We call it a framework called responsible AI. Okay. Because, the more you trust me, the more you trust companies, we are so responsible, and the responsibility is on us, right? So that is, if you are a business, be responsible for your customers, do the right thing, don't cut corners on privacy and security and whatnot. Now let's talk about the government. You know, technology, with technology, government is always behind. I'm not saying any particular government, and they want to watch, see how it gets used and whatnot. So there is a EU AI law that just announced last year. I read India, November 2025, they launched this India AI missions. It's not a law yet, it is a regulation, so there are a lot of guidance there. I think I read it's like a 200-page document. I think as technologists and people who are curious, you should go read those kind of documents. And you know, those regulations will become law at some point. DPDD, you heard this morning, it's a Digital Privacy Data Act. So the data that just generated within India cannot leave. So government is definitely on top of it, but it is not becoming a law, but it will. So, you know, there is a equal responsibility, you as a user and as an enterprise and the government, and it is evolving so fast. But my final say is, don't freak out, don't stay behind, be part of this. Depending upon where you are, if you're government employees and government, start thinking faster. If an enterprise, take responsibility. If you're a user, trust but verify.
Okay, great. Well, Ben is so great that he already read what my next 3 questions were and he already answered them.
My AI is reading your phone.
No, it just shows his intellectual level, and you know, he's just a humble man, but he's very smart. So if, maybe I'll just close with this. If we were to recommend a state AI policy to the state government, which government is interested, we're trying to build some momentum around it. What are the broad areas that should be covered in the state AI policy?
Yeah, I think definitely bring open-minded innovation and whatnot. Because I always say, don't be the problem searchers, be the problem solvers. Because, you know, Kerala government and Tamil Nadu government, different governments have different political backgrounds and whatnot. So bring open-minded. Start thinking what the world is going to be by 2030 and 2035. Right? So I was giving an interview, you know, you'll see it published soon. What I said was, no country or even no state can be successful on its own.
Right.
It has to be globally connected. So you cannot just look at the eyes of like what is our government policies or what is our you know, pedigree or what is our historical thing. You got to think open-minded what the world is going to be by 2030. So be open-minded, don't try to restrict yourself, put the guardrails at the right place and involve entrepreneurs, involve small businesses, involve youth, involve the right political parties, and make it like a forum to openly discuss this and evolve the policy. That is the thing, don't be rigid is my ask.
Right. Basically saying, identify all the stakeholders possible and put a wide net.
And connect with the global community. You don't need to solve all this you own. Talk to the people who are implementing EU law. Talk to people who already, you know, we implemented this law called GDPR. In America, there is a law called CCPA, and the Privacy Act, it's not by only, America is kind of different. It's not federally controlled, it's state control. So 56 states, all of them, each one have their own laws. As a technologist, how to implement. So reach out from those learnings and collaborate with them, and that's the way to do it.
Would you be able to help us with the global experts on this AI
I will
policies?
be able to connect. I'm not an expert, but I'll connect definitely.
Sure, that'd be helpful.
Absolutely.
Great. I thoroughly enjoyed talking with you,
Absolutely.
Ben. Can we take a, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I know I enjoyed the whole day, and you know, the crowd is fully engaged, and there is a real thirsty with AI here. And I just want to say it in closing, I wish you all the best. Someday, somewhere, we are going to run into each other at the airports, or companies, or some business meetings. Hey, we were part of this. This is how I grow, and this is where I am today. That is the main thing. It's going to make me happy than anything else. So just don't have that awareness and just learning it, act on it, and I wish you each and every of you a best success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ben and John. Both of you have been a wonderful time. You kept almost everybody not from sleeping because you have.
Because it's last ice cream.
Yeah. No, we are not closing. We have one more session happening. Yes, Ben and his brother was here, and he enlightened us with a lot of informations now. Now we'll trouble him more because he's agreed to do a lot more for Kerala. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, John. Now we have one more session coming up, which is a discussion. And I want everybody to a little more come closer, because I see a lot of chairs here and there. There are some fantabulous sofas by the Lulu. You can come forward and actually sit down so that I can, as I said, if somebody is dozing, we'll put some chalks on him. Okay. And so next one is a professor who is from XIME. So please show Madhavan Nambudiri.
Dr. Madhavan Nambudiri, a scholar and practitioner at the intersection of finance, artificial intelligence, and sustainability. As Senior Assistant Professor of Finance at XIME Kochi, his work focuses on applying machine learning and natural language processing to financial analysis, reporting, and decision making, while also advancing research in environmental, social, and governance-driven finance. With over 2 decades of experience across the energy and environmental sectors in India, China, the United States, and Europe, he brings a rare blend of global industry insight and academic depth. He holds a joint doctoral degree from IIT Madras and the University of Passau, along with an MBA from Indiana University. Please welcome Dr. Madhavan Nambudiri.
You have seen Tesla driving autonomously. You have seen a lot of cars going just like that. And we have that autonomous driving even here sometime back itself. I have heard truck drivers keeping a brick on the thing and going just like that. But so autonomous driving is not that new idea, but I have somebody from autonomous driving cars has been powered by automotive AI. And to our pleasure, let us have Anshul Saxena to be on
Anshul
stage.
Saxena. Turning advanced technology into successful products takes clarity, ownership, and vision. As Principal Product Portfolio Manager at OpenChip and Software Technologies, he leads Edge Artificial Intelligence product strategy and portfolio growth, guiding ideas from early concept to real-world adoption. With over 15 years of leadership across automotive, industrial, and embedded technology markets, he has shaped complete product journeys, aligning strategy, roadmaps, and commercialization with clear business outcomes. Leading teams across North America, Europe, and Asia, he brings a global mindset and a strong focus on customers, partnerships, and design wins that create lasting revenue impact. The spotlight now turns to Anshul Saxena.
Talking global, I have somebody, we have some amazing stuff happening in India AI Summit, which is happening in February. They have been supporting us from the central government for doing this. And we need to go on February to central government. But talking about global, I have somebody who has started something called as Global AI Forum, which is the need of the hour. Joseph Abraham is here. Let's hear from
Joseph Abraham. At a time when trillions in artificial intelligence value remain locked in pilots, his work is about turning momentum into measurable impact. With over 15 years shaping business growth and digital transformation, he now helps enterprises, governments, and investors bridge the gap between artificial intelligence ambition and real-world execution, blending executive strategy, hands-on implementation, and policy insight across continents. He focuses on one mission, moving organizations from experimentation to scale. Through platforms like Global AI Forum and StratNorth, he is helping leaders escape the pilot to production trap, from promise to performance. Joseph Abraham.
So to start with, sir, I'll open the discussion with you itself. So you have all the 3 mics. I have a panel of experts. See, I'd like to, to start the point, I'd like to hear from Anshul. I've been reading something from the LinkedIn that you've been doing a lot on the automotive side. So what is next? If you can reveal something, or what can we as Keralites do in that area to start with? And then, Professor, you are part of the finance. You need to teach us how easily we can do with the AI, or you can put some side on that side, and my guy will take it globally. Thank you.
Thank you. So, little bit of, you already seen my background. I have been, and thank you for having me here. It's really a great event. I have enjoyed the full day. It was pretty much eye-opening for me. I also learned something new what is happening in India. Being in Europe, it's a bit challenging to understand what's going on in India. So I was very happy to see that that the Indian startup ecosystem is growing. There are companies who are collaborating and contributing to the global economy. So yeah, it's really great, and I'm happy to be here. So about my background, I have been in the automotive and the robotics for the last 15 years. I worked as an architect, I worked as a machine learning engineer, I also worked as a researcher for some time. And so the machine learning is not new to me, although AI has become the flavor of the decade, I would say, now, especially earlier with the deep learning technologies, and now with the introduction of LLMs in 2022 by ChatGPT. But the transition to AI, it's not that it happened all of a sudden. It's a storyline that has been being developed for the last 15, 20 years, not only one place, but it's across the globe. Every country, every community, every engineer across the globe, they have been contributing to it. Sometimes we just don't know that we were contributing to it. Like the machine learning algorithms are already part of almost all products what we are using. It's pretty much there. Or for a very, very long time before many of us did not hear the word machine learning. Slowly it transformed to deep learning and now the LLMs. And now we are using AI because now it feels like that the AI is within reach. We are still not there, as you have heard earlier from the eminent speakers. We are still not there. It's still a rationalization algorithm that is working behind it. It's still working on the data that is being fed to the large language models or to the small language models, and they are being trained to how to judge that data, how to make use of that data. Yeah, it's some level of AI. It has really increased the productivity to multiple levels. It has really enhanced the autonomous technologies in different fields, and it's a new career growth. It's just like how the mechanical industry has changed in the 70s, how the IT industry has changed in the 80s, 90s, how the Industrial Revolution 4.0 in manufacturing has changed. The AI is the next one. It's really gonna bring or change everything around us. Whether we like it or not, you hear all the points, but it's gonna change everything. And the best thing what we can do, we can really adapt ourselves. We can think about how to deploy it, how to develop the products that is really useful for our day-to-day life, for the peoples or for the communities around us, for the industries around us. And it's not difficult actually. It's very pretty simple. It's just the mindset that sometimes stops us. For example, LLMs are nothing. They are just Python scripts. We have been using Python scripts for a very long time. But now we are hearing the new names, PyTorch, TensorFlow. Even I don't know what is latest today. But it's still the basic language. It's still the C type of syntax. It's still do the stuff what you are asked to do. So it's easy to develop that technology. It's easy to develop the applications, the use cases that you believe brings value to the industry. And that's where I believe that Indian ecosystem, specifically Kerala and the other states where we have such a talented workforce, that they can really use these technologies to build the products that are scalable not only in India, but also to the world. And we are already seeing some synergies. You heard from Selva that how he is helping with the German India Business Forums. We are also supporting some startups to leverage the strength of each areas to really develop the global products. And that's where I believe we all need to focus on that. How we can leverage the existing technology to develop the products that is the need of our, and that really helps local economies, that helps the national economies, and also the global economies. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Anshul. So the session is on enterprise AI. So I prepared a small presentation for that. But before that, I will also address what you mentioned. Just to give a little bit of a context, I turned an academic after about 2 decades in the industry. So I'm not from the tech industry, by the way. I've been, most of my life has been in the energy industry, but of course with the technology application. When I moved to academia, of course, somehow it also coincided with the ChatGPT launch, and I got completely into it, hooked into it. And I've been using it extensively as a teaching, for my teaching, be it ChatGPT or be it Cloud or be it Notebook LM, all of them. I can just as a plug, at XIME, we were one of the first in the country, I can say that, we introduced AI in finance. So we are a business school. So our focus is, we are not an engineering college where we teach LLMs, machine learning, AI, or any of those. We focus more on the application side of it, especially in the business context. So we introduced AI for finance in the last term. And similarly, we have also introduced an elective for AI in management for the first year students. So I can confidently claim that we are one of the first in the country. Specific to the AI in finance, the focus has been on helping students do stock analysis at a scale, doing automation of stock analysis at a scale. So if you have to do it manually as an equity analyst, so it will take, there are limitations, human limitations. There are only a certain number of companies you can follow. But with the kind of automation, you can do it at a scale. Of course, some of my students are sitting there, so they can vouch for that. So then the second part is also about more on the analysis part, analyzing annual reports. So if you're an equity analyst or if you want to invest in the markets, a lot of things come from analysis of data. So far the constraint has been that you could only analyze numerical data at a scale. So you have the financial reports that you could easily analyze at scale. But what about the non-financial part, right? The textual part of it. So a lot of information or about the signals to the market comes from, not from the numbers themselves, because they are backward looking. The numbers recorded are based on past performance, but a lot of these forward looking statements that require a lot of judgment, and there are limitations. It comes with a lot of experience, and it's not scalable in that sense. So those are things that we discuss in the class, and we are trying to equip the students with those kind of skills, because at the end of the day, AI, the one thing that AI brings is scale. But the judgment still matters. So how we train the algorithm and how to train the algorithms to look for the right information, those are the things that matter. So this is where I come from. Of course, Professor Alok, who is sitting here, he also introduced AI in marketing. So we are focused, so we are very specific about what we teach, how we what application we do in the business scenario. So with that context, I will also share a little bit of my presentation, which I prepared because the session is about AI, enterprise AI. So can I have the slide changer? Oh, no, I have it. Okay, so this is about a little bit about from enterprise perspective. So some of you who are already CEOs of some of your companies, you might be trying to implement AI in your company. So you can validate whatever I'm going to talk about, whether these are right or maybe it's just a theoretical framework coming from an academic, or does it have some relevance in the practical scenario. So again, part of it is also coming from my prior experience in the industry, and also my current I also interact a lot with industry people. I was an entrepreneur in my earlier avatar where I had a company, so kind of looking at it holistically. So what I'm going to share maybe in 5 to 10 minutes is about the enterprise part of AI. So I think as of last month, I think ChatGPT had about 800 million plus users, weekly users or daily users. I don't know the exact metric, but there are about more than 800 people. All of us. Is there anyone who doesn't use ChatGPT? No, I don't think. I think everyone uses it 2-3 times a day, right? Or probably more. Maybe I'm underestimating. But what about the enterprise side of it? So, of course, for ChatGPT, we use it for very mundane tasks. We just use it as a search engine or use it for search. We use it to rephrase our language. So spellings no longer matter. Right? Just throw whatever it is. It'll give you a very nice Shakespearean language. So it gives all of them. But what about enterprise? So in enterprise, we are seeing some kind of a early kind of a chaos, I would say, if I would say. So what we looked at is, we looked at how an enterprise can adapt AI. So the motivation was that if you've been following news, you would have seen that Salesforce was one of the early adapters of AI. But then very recently, the CEO Mark Benioff came and said that, okay, we haven't seen the kind of productivity we were hoping for. Similarly, Klarna is another company. So their CEO, they went ahead. I mean, they had a huge early bet on AI, and they fired a lot of their people, and with the conviction that AI will replace. I mean, the entire work can be automated. But they also turned out to be wrong. So they ended up rehiring a lot of people, maybe with not the same skill sets, maybe a little different set of skill sets. But they're also, there are many more examples like this. So essentially, the huge hope that companies will see a huge productivity gain has not materialized as of so far. So what could be the reason for that? So that's the thing. And another thing is there has been a lot of discussion about Copilot. I think Ben is not here. Maybe you could have asked him directly. So there was a news that Microsoft has reduced their sales targets for their Copilot, so the sales team. So they were not seeing the kind of adoption they were hoping for. So they reduced the sales target for the people, the Microsoft Copilot sales team. So of course there was a lot of discussion around that. Then Microsoft came ahead and came up with a clarification saying that, okay, nothing to do with, it's completely a different reason, not the ones you're thinking about. But bottom line is, companies are struggling. I mean, that's a reality. That's the bottom line. We haven't heard of a lot of, there was another MIT study which said 95% of AI projects fail. Of course, there are sampling issues, there are a lot of criticisms about that, but the whole point still stands. We still don't have a very concrete example of AI working at scale or bringing in huge productivity improvements. So the question is, why is that? Yeah. Okay, so now let us take a hypothetical scenario. So there are two companies. One, so both of them start with same set of tools, right? So you have one company. So the technology is not the issue, and the point is that technology is not the differentiator here. In both cases, they are using the same set of tools and same set of processes. But then one company is getting a very high ROI, and whereas the other one is struggling and they are giving up on technology. So they start becoming Luddites, right? So what could be the reason? So again, it's hypothetical. I have thrown in some numbers. They are not empirical. They come from they're more directional rather than empirical. So the point is that it's like a marathon. If you're an enterprise, then you will not get overnight success, because the way we are currently, the companies are configured, the workflows that are currently configured, that just by putting a layer of AI on top of that is not going to help bringing in a lot of productivity gains in the company. So, so we did it into 5 phases. So if people who are coming from the software side, so you must be very familiar with the CMM5 model. So I thought that, okay, let's transpose the same kind of CMM model here. So how will it work out? So there are 3 phases for every company. So it's very easy to kind of see a lot of productivity gains at a personal level. right? So all of us might have seen, all of us are able to do a lot more at a very shorter period of time. So we're all able to see individual productivity increases, but that doesn't necessarily translate to company-wide efficiency. So these are the 5 steps, and each company, depending upon how well the top management is, or how well the IT or AI savvy employees they will probably fall in any one of these. So the first one is Wild West. We had this talk about Wild West in a geopolitical context, but here the Wild West means a lot of chaos. So people are using AI, every employee is using AI, they are using it in different ways. So by the way, so I just forgot one thing. So this entire PPT is made of Notebook LM. So in my teaching now, I moved completely to Notebook LM. So PPT again, Ben is not there, so he might be a little upset because I'm no longer using PPT. So Wild West, it's chaos, in the sense the money is sunk cost. Companies are investing money, but they're not getting any return out of it. And there is also a lot of shadow AI. So shadow AI means, I think many of you might be familiar, from again enterprise context, the IT department, they do a lot of work in terms of deciding which IT platform, which AI to use. But a lot of employees, they bypass that and they use unauthorized AI tools, right? So that's shadow AI. So that can happen, the first one. So the second one is more of, okay, you have a copilot, but okay, you see some marginal improvements, but it's still underutilized. Third one is more of a little bit more systematic. So you start using it as a sparring partner. So you bounce off ideas, you tend to get more productive in terms of output as well as your judgment, improving your judgment, getting an objective view, asking AI about, okay, removing some bias, those kind of stuff. But that still is at an individual level. But for a company, it has to move to a at a team level. So it's a multiplayer company. There is a team, a marketing team, which there are 5 people. So if all of them individually use AI, but they are not collectively using it, again, you will not see the full benefit. So that's where the collaboration comes in. And finally, the top, 5 is kind of the Maslow's hierarchy, whatever you want to call it, where the utopia where everything works perfectly. So just quickly, phase 1, as I already mentioned, covered a little bit of it. So you can see a ROI calculator at the bottom. I don't know how Notebook LM did it. It's fantastic when it comes to multimodal capabilities. So the first phase you have red, and it's a negative to 0 ROI. So employees use tools informally, they get different experiences, there's no unified experiences. So challenges, whatever we discussed in the morning, a lot of data security issues, IT security issues, you do prompt injection and all those kind of stuff. It's a problem with the security. And but the opportunity is that there is an intent to use it. So at least the first step is taken. So the barrier to kind of use it is no longer there. So I think today, now that we have 3 years into ChatGPT adoption, I think most of the companies would have already crossed this phase. That's my hypothesis. So the second part is about, okay, you have Copilot. So Copilot is just an example. It could be cloud or it could be any other tool. So, but only a few people use it. Some people are like superstar, like the Pareto principle, 80-20, 20% people use, 80% don't use it only for drafting some emails. So the challenge is that the company top management does not see the return on investment. They don't see the kind of productivity they envisage. So there is a frustration. So, but again, that also presents an opportunity. So there are a lot more, there are some proof of concepts. Now it's a question of how to scale it, optimizing the workflows and rearrange the way the things are done. So third one is, as I already said, now the people start using it much more in a much deeper way, more of a sparring partner. So your expertise grows individually and stuff. So there is it's much better than the earlier stages. But again, the challenge will be that there are only a few people in the company who are doing this very efficiently. Now coming to the phase 4, again, this also tracks with the evolution of ChatGPT. So ChatGPT, I don't know how many of you are aware that ChatGPT has enabled a new projects feature. Has anyone tried the projects feature? Okay, so the ChatGPT, so Cloud already had a feature, a projects feature where 4 or 5 people can be in the same project. There is a common repository of all the information, so it can work seamlessly. So one person works, puts some data, the other person can get it. So in fact, I worked in a small team like that, where my partners were German, so they used to write in German, but I could, when I go to the same Claude projects, I get it translated in English. So language is no longer a problem. So it's perfectly, so I don't even need to know, they don't need to know English, I don't need to know German. So that is the kind of features that AI is bringing in. So ChatGPT has also bought in this, because this was, Claude took a huge lead in enterprise, because if you're following AI markets, while ChatGPT is good in the consumer market, they have a huge market share in the consumer market. Claude has a huge lead when it comes to the enterprise segment. One of the reasons was this, because they enabled the projects team. So they made it collaborative, the collaboration much easier. But now, of course, ChatGPT has also done it. So people out there, project group teams, you can try it next time. I'll tell you how to do it. Okay, the final level is where AI native, we talk about tech native and social media native, now we are AI native. So it's not the entire organization is aligned in terms of how to use AI. So this, again, this takes a lot of time, but this is where every company can aspire to reach from an enterprise adoption perspective. So just to summarize, so if I look at the 5 stages, we can look at 3 dimensions. The first one is chaos, right? Chaos to a controlled process. So in every stage, the chaos reduces and it becomes more and more systematic and less chaotic and reaches a very controlled stage. When it comes to competitive advantages, okay, whichever company does this well, they definitely have a much better competitive advantage, and that advantage keeps increasing in every phase. The third one is in terms of the ROI. Each stage, the ROI increases. So the only thing is you can't skip from one level to other, just like in CMM. You just have to, it is a process where you have to go through each step. So how long you stay in one step could be the, that could be controlled. So to summarize, the bottom line is that enterprise AI adoption is not about technology per se. It is more about the approach. It's about the people. It's more about the people, how they adapt it, how they systematically implement it. So yes, I think that's the context that I want to set. And I think with that, I think the next speakers can elaborate more on that, because they are more on ground zero and can share more insights.
Great. So I think that gives a lot of context as to what you are saying, right? But I want to come more from vantage point of what really happens in organizations and enterprises, right? So before that, if you can just do this for me, it'll be great. If you just stand up for a minute. Can all of us stand up? Take a good stretch, really good one. It's not easy after lunch. Great. And pat yourselves. Said good job. Please sit. Yeah, thank you. Great. So I like what Ben John was saying, and I also like what he said as a context, right? So, which was more about be curious. I want to touch on that. And I also want to touch upon what is enterprise AI, right, in very simple terms. So every enterprise, right, what is enterprise? Any company which has a sizable number of people, which has a sizable capital that it is infused or it is out in the market doing massive business and has many product lines, right? So it's that simple. Now, there are a lot of enterprises out there and each of them have a use case. So I'm going to tie the curiosity aspect to the enterprise aspect. A lot of times, why we don't understand enterprise AI is because we don't understand the use case. So I'm going to throw some 4 or 5 use cases and I want you to really go back and think. So we all understand insurance, right? All of us understand insurance? Yes? Okay, my question to you is, can you describe underwriting process? How do you get insurance, right? How does somebody calculate risk? It's very easy. When you go and you buy an insurance, you book, you get a car insurance. It's very, very easy because it's very rule-based. But it is not the same if you have to take an insurance for a commercial property. It's not the same if you are going to take insurance for shipping. And so the variables are many. So the underwriting process is not very, very straightforward. Let's take healthcare, right? In healthcare, there are so many use cases, but one use case that I want to leave with you is how do you really understand how, let's say you do eye donation and you donate your eyes, and how do you basically match a donor as fast as possible? There are many, many use cases I can give you, but I'm just sharing some of it. The reason I'm sharing this with you is because you need to understand that anything that has a workflow, anything that can be, automated is already being automated, right? But now you have a next layer, and enterprise AI is all about decisioning, making decisions, right? It is no longer about doing this ChatGPT stuff. It's all about decisioning. And if it's all about decisioning, then we take 2 steps back, which is there are 3 levels of AI. The first level is where we all are, which is Copilot. So you're going to go ask, hey, ChatGPT, give me a blog. It's going to go and it's going to go through its whole large language model, and it's going to figure out what the topic was. It's going to generate a few things. It's going to put a few syntaxes together, and it is going to give you a pretty decent blog. But that's pretty much what Copilot is. But then we are moving from Copilot to autopilot and autonomy, which is no longer human, directing it, but just human in the loop. Probably the human comes in only to approve a decision, right, so to speak. So the example that I was giving you is insurance underwriting or insurance claims processing. Now you have a claim to process, and you have gone and, like, God forbid, but you visited a hospital, you're processing a claim, and you've given all the paperwork, and hospital has given all the paperwork, but now we have to process your claim. And that's how this whole thing goes. And there's a human in the loop to say, okay, should we not, and all that stuff. But then you're moving from there to total transformation, which means there's no human in the loop whatsoever, right? And that is how we are seeing this whole thing really, really move. But the question that I want to ask you, and I don't want to delve more deeper into this, is everybody tells you about go explore, go find, go do stuff. My only thing to you is take a use case wherever you are, whatever you're doing. You are probably working, you're probably not in tech, or probably just getting your feet wet in tech, or you're getting feet wet in AI, or you're a student. Take a use case, right? But find out how does the world work behind it. Okay? More important than understanding the tech, you need to understand how the world works behind it. It's that simple, right? I always, wonder how does the tea guy make money, right? If I go to any place, I look at how many people came and visited, right? What is the kind of thing they're ordering there, why they're ordering there. And the more you understand and get a sense of how things work, the better you understand context. The more you understand context, the more curious you become. The more curious you become, the more deeper you go. And why it's so important is because, you can now go to Lovable, right? Go to ask ChatGPT. I'll give you a simple use case, right? When I was sitting here and I was talking, I was just picking up and asking ChatGPT, what are some of the problems in Kerala that is really, really not solved, right? Which is very simple use cases. One was coconut tree health, right? Plus fall risk prediction. The second one was traditional fishing knowledge. The third one was whenever disaster strikes, last mile disaster alerts. Yes, disaster alerts are happening, but it's not happening in the last mile. Landslide prediction at micro village level, right? Then there is this whole thing around micro backwater pollution. There is school dropout early warning, Ayurvedic outcome intelligence. So when we're talking about things, we're not talking about big stuff, we're talking about things that it is in your own context. Go and start asking for solutions for it from ChatGPT and ask, hey, ChatGPT, and interact with ChatGPT as if ChatGPT is your friend. By the way, if you scold ChatGPT, it will give you bad results. I don't know if you know that, okay? You treat ChatGPT nice, it will treat you really well. That's how the model is built. Any model, by the way, for that matter. So you go and say, hey, ChatGPT, I want to be your friend, and we're going to do this together, and these are some of the things that I want to solve, or whatever your use case is. Take one use case. Then you find out and figure out what to really do with this whole use case, right? So, for example, if it could be alerts. So what is this whole thing alerts, right? How do I do? Then you'll understand the layers of how it is built. And you'll understand there's a data layer. Then you'll understand that, hey, this data layer interacts with other data layer. Then you'll understand, okay, this is how it gets called. Then you'll understand, okay, great, I understand all of this is nice. But now the next part is, I get this, but how does it really, really work? And then you're now going to figure out, okay, there are many systems that need to be there. So for example, if it's signaling, it means that you need to have a database of everybody who's living in that place. You need to have a way to communicate with them. You need to create some communication sequence. You need to figure out some alert system. How will you figure out alert system? Should you do it manually? Is there somebody else who's already doing it and having data? Then you have to do an API pull from there and bring it here. Now, you will not know all this, by the way. But as you keep doing it, you will understand, okay, these are the things that are there. Then you take all of it, in magic, you go and throw it and ask ChatGPT, give me a lovable instance. I want to create this on Lovable or Bolt, or there are so many of them, right? I advise Emergent, which is in Bangalore, a startup, and there are so many vibe coding startups out there. Go throw this prompt, right? And you compile this prompt. You'll get something very simple, right? But it'll excite you because you will know that, wow, this is kind of working for me. And then you will ask what is not there in this, and you'll start building it. Unless you don't know this, it's going to be very tough. Now, let's say you're solving more difficult use cases. You have places like Hugging Face, where you have all the data sets. Let's say, for example, you want to train on eyesight, right? You want to do retinal scans. You can go to Hugging Face, and you can go and download all the data sets are already available. You don't have to go and figure out new data sets. What is the problem that you have in your context where the data sets are already available? You take that and you run it. Why I'm asking you to run it on Lovable and not go and start off on, let's say, setting up your own GPU instance is first learn the basics. Once you get a hang of it, then you can start scaling. And why I'm saying this is because all of us in this room, will not do what we are doing. Okay, let me repeat this again. All of us in this room will not be doing what we are doing. In fact, I don't know if you realize this, all of us have, Siri or whatever the other part of it is. Adoption rate to that is very less. When was the last time you basically dictated a whole thing on Siri? But with this whisper flow, I'm using a thing called whisper flow, so I don't type anymore, right? If I have to do long messages, I just dictate on whisper flow. It beautifully takes the whole thing. I even code using whisper flow. Okay, that's the beautiful part of whisper flow. Now slowly, what Siri couldn't do, a small guy comes, builds a great model, whisper flow, right? And it's working really, really well. I met him, amazing founder. And what you will realize is this, that my adoption to voice AI has spiked up like crazy, which means very soon all of us will go voice. The way we interact with our phone is going to change, right? Sony has now come up with these glasses, which Apple tried to bring in, right, to sit and have this whole amazing interface where you can work on your laptop without having a laptop. Sony has brought that now. Adoption to Sony is much, much higher, which means very, very soon, a lot of things are changing. And so, work is changing. Whatever is a workflow will get depleted. It is not going to exist. So, then what should we do? That becomes absolutely a key question. So, if you are the ones who are going to be builders, then you exist. If you're not a builder, you don't exist. In fact, when I went to the other room and I was sitting, the NATO chief, I don't know if you know this, yesterday has said prepare for war. Okay, and it's a very crazy warning. In fact, Sweden has sent 32-page report yesterday to every household. Prepare for war. Just because Trump said Greenland will go take over, all that stuff, but prepare for war. And what it simply means is the nature of everything is changing around us. I'm not saying this to scare you or to make you feel, but that's the reality of the whole situation. In fact, education is going to completely change. Because when I see my son, I interact with my son, right? The kind of stuff that he knows is like 10x than what I know, even though I'm in AI. Right? That's the level of, because he is going and interacting with YouTube. He's able to understand everything in YouTube. In fact, he's able to finish everything. And the best adoption, I'll end with this, my best adoption of this whole thing is my mom. Right? I always do a mom test. So whenever my son asks a question, my mom is asking ChatGPT. Right? So what is this? I don't know what he's asking, because he would come and say, this is drippy. And my mom was like, I don't know what is drippy. And like, okay, like what is drippy? And so this is what is happening at this point of time. So my mom would call me for every tech support. My button is not working. It's not moving. It's now moved to ChatGPT. So there's a massive, massive change, right? And I want you to understand that. And industries are changing by nature, right? And so if you can get this aspect that, hey, I take a use case, whatever my use case is, right? And that's exactly what Ben John is going on emphasizing. Take it to an extreme practical level. And it could be as simple as you want to buy a house, then build an app for buying a house. This many days to buy a house. So what is the process of buying a house? I'll go take photos of all the lands I visit. So where do you put that? Where is the CRM for that? Create a CRM for that. Is that simple? Go to Lovable, create a CRM. Wherever you're going, take the photo, throw it there. Then you and your family have to make a decision. Then create a Kanban board. I'll take this, I'll throw it here. We made a decision. Great. After that, what happens next? I have to build a house. Who are the contractors? How much cement do I need? Blah, blah, blah. The whole thing goes. So any use case, you can take that and run it. So whenever we say AI, don't think it's a very fuzzy concept. AI, no, there's nothing like that. It's just that it's good trained data. We've still not gone into Copilot. I mean, we're still not gone into autopilot stage. So we can do a lot of amazing things, right? And I'll end with this. I'm just going to ask a question, and then you can ask us questions. Probably heard this before, but I'm going to do this again, right? How many of you know your father's full name? Father's full name. Great. How many of you know your grandfather's full name? Some of you know. How many of you know your great-great-grandfather's full name? Some of you. Okay, I'll do one more repeat. How many of you know your great-great-great-grandfather's full name? Okay, one, only one, okay?
Better question would be, who is the second Prime Minister of India?
Okay, and we'll do one more round. How many of you know your great-great-great-great-grandfather's full name? So I just proved it to you. After 4 generations, nobody will remember you, including your family. You will come, you will live, you're done. That's it. Maybe you will be in some LLM. That's it. Okay. Maybe you're going to be in some LLM. All right. So have fun and a great life ahead. So don't want to bore you much with deep into enterprise AI. But this is the fun stuff that I get to do, go meet companies. And if you think that enterprises know how to adopt AI, no, they don't know how to adopt AI. If you think that somebody who's a chief AI officer, last week I was talking to a chief AI officer of a very large PNC carrier in US, he doesn't know. He's very open in admitting, hey, I don't know. Okay? So it's not that even if you have a title called Chief AI Officer, you don't know what's happening. So you're all in the same boat. Okay? So don't worry.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's AI, as Joseph put it rightly, it's a buzzword, but the basics behind it and what's really happening is missing. The one aspect which I actually want to touch upon, the enterprise AI and the foundational model, is the cost economics. I think that's something which is really very important for all of us. If we really want to develop products for AI, we really need to understand the cost economics. We heard the ChatGPT, we heard the Cloud, we heard the other models. But all these models are being developed by the Western countries. They are being developed by them. They control the data. Whatever data you are feeding them, it's going to them. To assess that data or even to give them data, you are assessing their cloud API calls. And those cloud API calls, today, maybe it's not costly. Maybe you are just paying, if you have a pro, maybe you are paying 2,000 rupees per month. If you are a small enterprise, maybe you are paying 20,000 rupees per month per user. And there are business models. But basically what is happening there is that you are giving up your data to them. It's going to their data servers, it's going to their cloud API. And even if you develop a solution at the later stage, you will be paying them again for each and every cloud API. And this is where I think I want to point out, and Mr. John and others have asked this question, that what SICCI, what Kerala government or what the industries can do. I think we should think about developing over localized LLM models. We need to think about developing localized small language models. It's not a difficult thing to develop. It's, as I mentioned, it's just computer scripts. You already have the technical capabilities. You already have the business people to deploy it. You already have all the infrastructure or the local ecosystem available to scale it. The missing piece from my perspective is the local infrastructure, the local AI infrastructure. That's the biggest piece which I believe is missing at this moment in general in India. If you look at Europe, if you look at the US is, of course, they are leading it at this moment. But even if you had look at Europe, if you look at China, I'm sure many of you have heard the word, the models from China, the DeepSeek. What is it? It's nothing. They built another model on top of ChatGPT, but it's running on their infrastructure. They control the data. They control everything. Their users are paying less money when compared to using those models. The data is staying. It's really directly related to the data sovereignty, although it's not a topic here, but it's directly related to the data sovereignty, and it's gonna become very important. As some eminent speakers already mentioned, I believe Arun was the one, that the data is the new oil. And yes, whoever controls the data will mint it. That's the only one who will make the money. So I think that's where the Kerala government and the other local governments, the industry bodies, the industries, the IT companies, they need to think about developing. I'm not saying that you need to develop a 500 billion parameter model, you need to develop a trillion parameter model. No, you don't need to do that. It all comes down to domains, as Joseph gave the example of insurance and the others. You just need to understand the domain knowledge. You just need to get the data set for that particular domain, and you can develop your own small language models. You can get the data set. That's where I believe the university system here, the governments and the industries, the data is already there. You need to develop it into a data set, and then you can use the data set to develop your own small language models. And for that to do, you really need to have your own local AI hardware, or let's say AI infrastructure. When I say AI infrastructure, I'm not really talking about like a 500 megawatt data center AI factories or a 1 gigawatt as recently the Jensen Huang from NVIDIA CE is mentioning. No, we don't need that. A 20 megawatt AI data center is good enough to develop those SLMs for particular use cases and to deploy those use cases, to develop an applications on top of that, and you have 90% of cost savings on your deployment, on your scalability, in your POCs, and it's all the savings is your income. It's the local economies that will grow. So I think that's something which where the SICCI and the Kerala governments need to think about, that how you can provide that. I'm not saying you need to do a large scale AI data infrastructure. You really can think about doing a distributed AI data infrastructure. You can also think about in parallel that how you can support at least minimum 10 to 20 companies who are developing the hardware IPs. The IP was the main point which Mr. Sorry, forgotten. Yeah, Bharti is mentioning. And the hardware IP is also very important, because whoever has the hardware IP, they will control the data and they will manage the data. So in addition to developing those infrastructure, we have to use what we have today. If it's NVIDIA GPU, fine. If it's not NVIDIA GPU, let's take another GPU. Let's take AMD GPU. That's also fine. You can take Google GPU, Google TPU. That's also fine. Doesn't matter. But you need to develop your own localized AI hardware structure to really make best use, or really to develop your AI ecosystem in general in India.
Yeah,
So-
just to add what you were just saying, can you all take your phones, go to WhatsApp? Can you all go to WhatsApp? All of us on WhatsApp? Do you see one blue color thing there? Yes, you click that blue color thing. It goes to Meta AI, right? And it says with Llama 4. So basically Mark Cheta is listening to everything that you're saying. Okay? And he's accessing whatever you're sending. And just think about it. This is a place where every day we're transacting so much of information, right? And to put context, I was just talking to the Zoho team as well, right? They brought up this amazing platform called Arate. Of course, it's not, I also personally didn't like it, right? There are so many things that I didn't like about that whole platform, but we need more of that. We need more of that. We need more of local, small language models. We need small hubs, data hubs. This is super, super important, because one of the things that we were talking to the government of Tamil Nadu as a proposal, which I think, just to add on to what he was saying, is that there's so much of data already available from citizen data, which can be taken, put into a large, massive compute power. So one quick question before we end is, which place do you think is the best place for AI? Like AI equals to this place. Like if you think of AI, what's that one place? Yes.
There's a corridor between San Francisco and Shanghai.
And Shanghai, okay. Great. It's going to surprise a lot of you that Quebec in Canada produces a lot of AI engineers, and Quebec actually has some of the most amazing data centers out there. And when I was researching this, I really, really it stumped me, because there's a whole narrative layer and there's a real layer. And it'll really surprise you, right? And so sometimes we don't realize these things, and yes, Kerala can be the next big thing, provided we have compute power. And yes, if that happens, it's great. Over to you for any questions.
I just want to make one point. Sure. I just want to make one point. The building a data platform is very key, right? That's the key thing that India can do. 1.4 billion people, 250, 500 diseases. How many patients? I mean, you have so much. So you can build an omics database completely. A genomics, the proteomics, all kinds of omics database, which the whole world community can dip into it. If we have the will, there's a way to do that. I just want.
Absolutely. I think people are doing it. I met this team, Nandan Nilekani's team, and they're doing a phenomenal job. They brought the best healthcare data schema, which maps, it's one schema. The problem is, in India, why we don't have a patient management or patient records app. You go, very simple, right? You go, you take a scan, you go to a doctor, the doctor gives you a prescription, you go to a hospital and you get admitted, or somebody gets admitted, they get a discharge summary. How come you never own that data? It's your data. Have you ever thought about it? How come you don't own the data? How come you can't go and get a second copy of the scan? It's your data. And the problem there is that all the schema are different schemas, okay? Sorry, a little technical for some of you who are not following, but every data structure has a schema. There are various different schemas. If until unless somebody is going to come and unify that schema, it won't work. And I'm really glad that the government of India is taking amazing strides in that. They've created one schema, which is better than the world's best schema, by the way, the health schema. But it is going to take time. And that's why in India, we do not have it. In fact, it is very interesting that in US, you have something called open evidence, which goes to every doctor. The doctor can go to that, scan, figure out what the problem is, and you have all of this. You can actually own your own records. How come it never happens in India? So these are real big problems to solve, and I'm glad that you brought it up. I think the space is there. It's just that we're just so close to getting there, and we should work together. And my only request is that, not being a very hardcore Swadeshi, but like if there's an Indian app, right, please download an Indian app. Go and give your feedback. If you don't like it, go to Twitter, tag the founder, give a feedback, but get it right, because it's super duper important for us to get into this adoption, right? So very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was fantastic. Still, people are not slept well. So, shall we go for one more round? So, I'll call upon Mr. John and Mr. Manu Zakaria to come on stage, and so that we can honor our panelists and. Two more small things. One is, see, we have learned a lot about AI, and now we have made a lot of money. We have made a lot of intelligence, but where will we keep the money? So I have somebody to tell you how to keep the money. Are you coming? Are you interested? Somebody has taken some money, right? You all made some money. Somebody is coming to do that. Kotak? Are you there? This is a company which is in India, which will help you to keep the money. They are going to tell you how to keep the money in very short time.
And now,
right? Yeah. Keep it sweet and short so that they'll definitely keep the money.
Thank you. So hi, good evening everybody. I know that it's 4:30. People wants to wind up the session and leave home early. So I will not take much of your time, 5 minutes, please bear with me. So myself, Divya Kundumal, Area Manager from Kotak Mahindra Bank for Cochin Cluster. So thank you SICCI for having Kotak here. So I would like to brief about an affluent class account, which is currently, from the bank's perspective, the affluent class is increasing their share 2 times rest of the market. So we feel now it is time for us to launch an account exclusively for a salaried customer and also for a corporate current account customer. So this affluent class, again I say it is by invite only. When I say it is by invite, it is an exclusive proposition which we are giving it to you. There are certain pillars while we are launching this account. There were certain pillars which we have looked into. One is, of course, when you are getting into a buffet and there are 50 items food, you will not be able to have everything, correct? So we have curated it for you. One is, when you are starting a business, the first and foremost thing would be, it would be an unstructured organization, so you need working capital or you need an income. So we gives 120% of your collateral values, we can fund it. When banks or any other NBFCs are here to fund up to 80%, we are directly proposing you for 120%, okay? Plus, there is an ad hoc limit of 20%. So straight away we are coming to you. You need not have to wait for it. That is the highlight of this product. You need not have to inquire with the bank. It is ready for you. You just have to enjoy it. That is first thing. That is the first pillar. Second thing, we always say our family is first and foremost thing for us, correct? So the success of our work or our business, when our family is enjoying it, that is most happiest moment for everybody. So when you are going to a launch, airport launch access, including me, we leave early from home, we spend 1 hour, 2 hours in a lounge. So now we can go, we have the card, we will use it, and maximum plus 1 add-on member can use it, correct? So when we are going it, when we are taking our kids or parents, they will have to stand outside or else will have to pay an extra amount to enjoy the launch. Here you can get unlimited launch access for your add-on member, for your kids, for the guests whom you are taking into. That is the second highlight which we are working on to. Third thing, when you're looking for your personal loan amount, we gives a total lending relationship of 8.5 crore. So that is inbuilt, it is sanctioned. You need not have to worry about the approval. It is already a pre-approved one. So you need not to wait for the documentation to happen. 8.5 crore inbuilt loans. You can buy for your home loan, your car loan, and unsecured loan as well. So this comes along with this account. Fourth thing, as Sir rightly mentioned, when you're making an funds, money, what do? So the fourth thing comes as in wealth management. Whatever incomes which we are generating, what do we do with that? We have certain curated mutual funds, we have certain trading platforms, and moreover, we have our relationship managers. We have built an ecosystem wherein our relationship managers are trained to handle all this product and guide you wherever you want to invest and guide to build your wealth. So when you already have a first level of income, second thing is that how to generate second level of income without disturbing the first source of income, correct? So with your first source of income, plus you can also generate second source of income with our expert advice through our relationship managers, through mutual funds, curated mutual funds, and all the investments. That is the fourth thing. And whenever we comes to offer these benefits, of course, as I mentioned on the starting of the session, we are giving you a meal. So when you wanted to enjoy it, please enjoy it. We have curated it for you, exclusively for you. So of course, there are certain income criteria, as it is only for an affluent class. For a business banking, current account, corporate customers, we start with this relationship with a 1 crore relationship. For a salaried customers, we start, or an individual customer, we start this relationship with a 75 lakh annual income. So for all these loan benefits, launch benefits, when you're traveling abroad, you need not have to pay for all the markup fee. The transactions you can spend, you can withdraw the cashes, there would not be any charges on this. So this is one of the major headaches when we were designing this product. We have discussed this about this logic about certain affluent class customers. So people were saying, yes, when they are traveling, there are, it's like almost you're taking like a foreign currency. You need not to pay for your markup fee and cash. When you're withdrawing, you need not to pay any charges. So everything is absolutely free. Enjoy this meal, which we have curated it for you. It is an buy invite program. It is called as Solitaire for current account and also for individual salaried customers. So, as mentioned, I have not taken more than 5 minutes now. So, we are here, my colleagues, my branch manager, Ms. Srikala is there with us. So, we have a branch nearby, that is Kakanad branch. Apart from that, we have 14 branches within Cochin city. So, any sort of queries, any sort of banking relationship, any sort of banking inquiries, please do reach out to us. We are happy to help you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kotak. Now that we learned how to make money, how to keep the money, how to spend money, all those things we have learned with AI. Now, so many people have a question, why? Because what is SICCI all about? So they were asking about some membership and things like that. The membership counter is there. Why you have to become a member, they were asking, so to know more about what programs we do, how to connect with people, how to network with people, like some of the global networks is also here. So how to connect with people, connect with chambers of commerce across the globe. All these things is done by SICCI. So please feel free to go and get the membership forms, fill it up, put that 6,500 on. So somebody asked me whether, is it compulsory to come for all the meetings like BNI? It is not compulsory, but we do admire you to come for all the meetings so that we'll have enough members, so much of interaction will be there. So, and how is it done? So we have a couple of people who are actually enablers. See, we don't do it as just SICCI or just the few members of SICCI. We always collaborate with a lot of organizations across in Cochin and even outside Cochin, Kerala, even with the government and things like that. Out of which XIME is a great option. So I hope XIME team is here. Can I get the XIME students are here. XIME Alok sir and Madhavan sir, if you are here, please. Madhavan sir is there. Alok sir, if he is there. XIME has come a big way to come and collaborate with us. There is IIT Palakkad which is ready to come and collaborate with us. There are organizations like CPPR and NSIC also, which is ready to collaborate with us. You might have seen our ticketing was done by Kitchen. So I'd like to call upon the guy who is behind Kitchen, that is Saju Soman here. I'd like to bring the MOU documents here and then we'll just exchange. Before that, I'll call upon John, Rajesh, where are you? Rajesh and Vivek, please come on to the stage so that we'll just exchange that MOU document with, just for the records, we are just doing it because he did all the work behind all your registrations and things like that. If you can scan it and this thing, you'll get a certificate of your attendance here in your SICCI. So this is Saju Soman. He's behind the WhatsApp City and the Kitchen which is there. So we as so this is Saju's. So this is, please come. They'll use, okay. They'll exchange this. This is our team. Vivek also go there. See, go, come. I'll also stand. This moment we'll do the honors of exchanging the files where the MOUs are there, so that he'll be doing all the event, pre-event, all those things will be done by him. Tomorrow there will be a small this thing. You can get all your photos, which is actually taken here on that scan. That is also done by Saju. So all those things are done by him. What is that app name? For the photograph.
So you can get all the photos on the QR code called snapshot.ai. You can just take scan your phone, and meanwhile the photos will be uploaded by evening. Thank you.
So that is what he does. So next is XIME. XIME, the management school is ready to share their expertise. Please, Professor also, please come, sir. Alok, sir, Professor, you also come. Please come. Don't go. Please stay, come. So they are ready to give us the technical support from the college and things like that. So thank you, XIME. There will be more MOUs coming soon. And Alok sir.
Yeah, so it's a great opportunity. I think we are really excited about this partnership, and we really hope that we can use this to the best of both of our benefits and explore more opportunities as we go forward. Thank you so much.
And one more thing, you have seen Kai. How many of you liked Kai by any chance? The Kerala AI, the robo? You liked it? Okay. The people behind it is, see, I am a dentist by profession. I am known as Pallu Doctor, if you don't know. I am known as Pallu Doctor and I have a YouTube channel and all. There are another 2 Pallu Doctors who are standing there, along with a video editor who is called as Sharath. His name is Ajay. We always pull his leg because his name ends with AI. So we tell that the father and mother had that intuition that AI is going to come. So he was named as AJAI. So he is there, Dr. Ajay is there, Dr. Prince is there. Please come. They run a AI startup called as, it is an edtech startup on AI. They teach dentistry with AI. So they are there on stage. Actually, these people are the one behind actually all that, AI model, which they were the ones who were introducing all the speakers and things like that. That was done on AI by these 3 people who are there. So next days onwards, all our meetings will be having some of those characters coming. So we'd like to exchange our MOU with EdMode, which is Ajay and team. Thank you. His name is Ajay. That is our video editor. He has not slept for quite some days. So Mr. Sharath is there. And Dr. Prince is another dentist. They both run the show, the AI platform, which is actually teaching dentists how to do dentistry much better and to dental students. They are not working as dentists anymore. They left that job as he said, so many people will be leaving their jobs. They left the job sometime back, around 3 years back, and they are full-time AI technologists. So they were the ones actually helping us in doing that. Thank you. So with all these things, thank you. Hope you all enjoyed good food. You had good food for your brain, food for thoughts. Thank you all that you all stayed back, listened to it. We all would like to see you more often. We'll be interacting with you. All these will be there on YouTube, on SICCI. SICCI Kerala has a YouTube, you have a Instagram, you have all those channels are available. Please go log on to it, you will get to know. See, next is coming is a boat show, which is on 29th, 30th and 31st, which is actually partnered by SICCI. Another program, so many programs are lined up. Every month we have at least 3 or 4 programs. So please make sure that you log in, you'll understand more about it. It's not about AI or IT alone. We have a lot of scope. We'd like to see you all. We'd like to collaborate with you, or with the students. You have a lot of scope. Please come in, join with us. Thank you very much. Thank you all the sponsors, people who have come, pitched in. So many things has been done. And I thank all my crew. These people are people who have been there with us in different platforms. They are all here. Thank you very much, and thank you. Have a great day. Have a great, pleasant evening. Thank you. Coffee and cookies are there. Please have your coffee and cookies and then